If everyone can take their seats, we'll get started in a couple of minutes. Good afternoon and welcome as folks are getting their coffees and finding their way to their seats. I'd like to say a warm welcome to AUC and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. The coffee break will remain open throughout. We won't have a formal coffee break, so please feel free to keep your coffee cups warm and grab some snacks while we proceed through the agenda for today. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's Global Evidence for Egypt conference. I am Allison Fahey, the Executive Director of MENA at AUC, and I'm glad to be with you today, together with many esteemed partners from our government agencies, for conversations today around how global evidence lessons can be used to help inform national policies here in Egypt. And I'm grateful to Unicef for this years-long partnership and to Allianz for their support of our work together. We of course all know that social development and poverty reduction are complicated challenges. Our partners from government ministries and agencies, as well as Egyptian NGOs and international organizations, have mandates to address these challenges. But it's not always obvious which approaches are effective or are cost-effective to achieve development goals. Evidence can help. This is a strong view that we hold at JPAL and at MENA, including evidence generated in different settings. And so this is really the foundation of this Global Evidence for Egypt partnership, sharing what we have learned from randomized evaluations around the world and considering what those lessons mean for policy design and program delivery here in Egypt. Worldwide, JPAL's network of affiliated professors has conducted more than 1,000 rigorous randomized evaluations of different development programs and policies in more than 90 countries. And to date, more than 540 million people have been reached by the scale-up of programs that have been evaluated and found to be effective. And this is something that we hope we'll see happening in the MENA region and in Egypt in the future. Right now, this 540 million people reached by programs evaluated, found effective, and scaled up is in many countries around the world, but not in Egypt and not in the MENA region. And so we really hope that many of the partnerships that we've been building and many of the partners that are with us in the room will want to work together to try to design and evaluate programs and ultimately scale up approaches that are effective here in Egypt. We work with a global network of affiliated professors from nearly 100 universities around the world, a couple of whom are with us here today. And the thing that unites them is their use of randomized evaluations to test the causal impact of development programs. So we're glad to have several of them with us today to share some of these insights from their global research and from that of others in this network of affiliated professors. In 2019, our co-founders and a longtime affiliate won the Nobel Prize in Economics for the ways that this approach, conducting randomized evaluations, has meaningfully helped to improve and transform our ability to fight poverty in practice. So today, and throughout the entire Global Evidence for Egypt seminar series and partnership, our focus is on sharing these global evidence insights and linking them to the challenges of today and the challenges of tomorrow, and the government policy priorities here in Egypt. Over the last couple of years, we've held 7 sector-specific dialogues, and today we'll take these discussions further by presenting lessons and by having a series of panel discussions around how those lessons can apply to policy decisions and policy designs here in Egypt. And the discussion today complements something that I think many of you will be familiar with, which is the Egypt Impact Lab, a partnership anchored by the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development and with the Ministry of Social Solidarity, MENA, and the National Council for Women, with support from Unicef and from our founding partners, Community Jameel and the Sawiris Foundation. Recognizing the lack of rigorous randomized evaluations available in Egypt and in MENA, the Egypt Impact Lab was set up to generate evidence, to generate new insights on the impact of national policy programs and priorities here in Egypt. And so over the past several months, we've been investigating in a cadre of senior government officials who are leading on much of this program design and delivery, hearing their inputs on what issues are the most important, where could we use evidence, either global evidence, which we'll talk about today, or where should we be generating new evidence. The generation of new evidence will be a focus of work that we'll be doing here, actually, in this room over the next several days, where we'll be conducting the first Evaluating Social Programs, a multi-day evaluation training program and incubator to design and develop new evaluations that will be conducted here in Egypt, addressing many of these government priorities. So in a sense, today's conversation, which is on looking at what we can learn from the global evidence, and the training that will take place over the next few days on what questions we should be designing and conducting new evaluations on here in Egypt, sort of go together to make up kind of an approach to evidence-informed policy that helps to learn from existing lessons and where we don't already have evidence to guide us to generate new lessons that we can be using here. And so for our agenda today, we'll have some opening remarks followed by 3 panel discussions. The first on generating and using evidence, the second on human capital development and women's empowerment, and the third on financial inclusion and rural development. So in each, you'll hear from a JPAL affiliate who will present on some insights from the evidence, and then from some of our senior government partners who will comment on the work that's taking place in their ministries and their agencies and how these pieces can fit together. So with that, I'm pleased to open up for our next opening remarks on behalf of Unicef. I'd like to introduce Luigi Peter Ragno, who is a socio-economist currently working as the Chief of Social Policy at Unicef Egypt. He is a social protection and social policy expert and has worked in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Jeremy, over to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you. I'm actually replacing Jeremy, our representative for Unicef Egypt. He unfortunately just landed a couple of hours ago. He was supposed to arrive over the weekend, and he asked me, actually begged me to be here for some opening remarks. So thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed Dalal, to host us again, and Alison also for this partnership that we started together about 4 years ago, and thanks for all the government partners that are present here from NCCM, Ministry of Planning, MOS, and I'm sure I'm missing someone, but also the academia and colleagues from other UN agencies. I also need to thank Allianz, which has been our partner over the last 3.5 years and supported and funded these initiatives, starting with the Global Evidence Seminars, but also our contribution with the Impact Lab. As Alison mentioned, we have been working on this for quite a few years. We had, I think, 7 thematic seminars, and a couple of those topics that will be discussed today have also had a session, just a specific session. And we tackled issues of early childhood development, family planning, social protection and social assistance, gender and social norms. And we are at a stage where we know that global evidence matters, but we also know that the local evidence will matter more. And this is why UNICEF has also been an important partner in supporting JPAL and the Ministry of Planning in launch the new impact lab that Alison already mentioned. Now, there are a couple of highlights from these few years of sessions of global evidence that we have implemented together. Maybe the one that I believe is probably among the most important was the one on shifting social and gender norms, where we explored a lot of evidence from India, Ghana, and Sri Lanka, and we saw that gender norms have hindered the impact of programs that attempted to empower women. And this is hopefully these learnings, these lessons are also being integrated in the different initiatives that the government is implementing in relation to women empowerment as well as girl empowerment. There was also another very interesting section on early childhood developments, which also looked at the evidence on cash transfer and the health of children, and we saw the very positive impacts from countries like Indonesia, Tanzania, Mexico, and Honduras. They show how cash transfer programs, when they are linked to health, have important impact on the uptake of health services and therefore improve health outcome. These are just a couple of insights that over the years, we have been able to bring into the country and are informing the government in the next steps. Now, final points. As for JPAL, we believe that linking research and policy and promoting a culture of evidence is extremely important for the future of the country. And that's why UNICEF over the past 5 years has been investing heavily on evidence generation with JPAL, but with other partners, ERF, for instance, University of Cairo, but also with government directly financing some specific research. And this is not the end. We are calling as a concluding conference of our Global Evidence for Egypt seminar, but it starts a new phase also for the collaboration with JPAL, where as UNICEF, we will try to invest more on locally produced evidence over the next years. So thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to this conference.
Thank you, Jeremy. And next, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Ahmed Dalal. AUC's 13th president, Ahmed Dalal, is an accomplished academic leader and renowned scholar with U.S. and regional higher education expertise. He is, prior to joining AUC, the former dean of Georgetown University in Qatar and served as provost of the American University in Beirut, with an illustrious bio to follow. But instead, I'll hand it over to him to share some welcoming remarks on behalf of AUC. President Dalal.
Thank you, Alison. Good afternoon, distinguished representatives, and please forgive me for not mentioning the individual names, but I'll mention the partner participants, the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, the Ministry of Social Solidarity, the Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises Development Agency, the National Council for Childhood and Motherhood, of course, our partners in UNICEF, the JPAL affiliates, and last but not least, the JPAL MENA AUC team. Distinguished panelists, guests, colleagues, welcome to the American University in Cairo for today's conference, Global Evidence for Egypt, Using Evidence to Inform Decision-Making. Today, we will have several crucial conversations today and the next days about Egypt's national development programs and the relevant global evidence presented by JPAL affiliated professors and reflected on by distinguished high-level representatives from government entities in Egypt. It is indeed heartening to see such a strong congregation of academics, policymakers, and members of the public in the audience. Shedding light on how evidence-based solutions can be incorporated in informing the design and delivery of development programs is, I think, of utmost importance to ensure that resources and investments are effectively allocated in the Egyptian and regional contexts. As Egypt heads towards a strong developmental future through the Hayat Karima program and the National Program for the Development of the Egyptian Family, and other prominent initiatives spearheaded by the government of Egypt, we must foster conversations to push forward this development agenda and achieve Egypt's Vision 2030. For more than 100 years, AUC has been a hub for practical and impactful research and projects that respond to the daily challenges of Egyptians. Our facilities, our faculty, and the bright young minds that are our students and research affiliates make up AUC's rich culture of research. Our alumni are also making great strides in their fields and in sectors focusing on subjects from STEM to digital and financial inclusion. And we hope that by supporting innovative young minds and ensuring that the infrastructure is in place for their ideas to thrive, we can contribute meaningfully to Egypt's developmental agenda. There is no denial that investing in partnerships such as the one we are witnessing today creates new knowledge pathways, which are integral to the dissemination and generation of new and exciting evidence. Sharing evidence can be an equitable and effective solution to support our partners and our capacity as hubs of knowledge. And I think this applies to all of us. Before I conclude, I also want to emphasize the importance of partnerships with national institutions and international organizations to support Egypt's Vision 2030. Sure. This is our collective responsibility, and we can only amplify our impact if we collaborate. Today's conference is an example of such collaboration and multi-stakeholder engagement. I look forward to the fruitful discussions that will arise from today's timely conference and wish you the best of luck in the very important work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, President Dalal. Next, I'm pleased to welcome the first panel to the stage for a discussion on generating and using evidence to inform policymaking in Egypt. And as our first group of panelists are making their way to the stage, I also wanted to note that we have simultaneous interpretation available. Headsets are just over here next to the interpretation booth, as presenters will present in Arabic or English as they like. So panel one, please do join us at the stage. We have Ahmed Al-Sayed, Riham Rizk, and Ahmed Shabrawi, together with moderator Peter. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you. That's is actually my session. I was supposed to be here, like for the introductory remarks. I think we are still waiting for one panelist, but I think we can start maybe with a presentation. I wanted to introduce you the panelists. Okay, you're here. Yes, please. Dr. Latif, yes. How are you? Thanks for coming. So let me do a quick introduction for our panelists and presenters. Many of you probably already know them. So let me start with Dr. Ahmed Sayed. He's research associate and professor at AUC, director of research at JPAL. He just joined, I think you were saying, just very recently. And I think it's good to see that bright minds are coming back to Egypt as well. He has a PhD in economics from University of Maastricht Business School and has been working for several years in Germany with the Institute of Labor Economics, and he's also a fellow at the Institute of fellow at the Institute of Labor Economics and ERF as well. Then we have Dr. Riham Rizk. She's currently at the Ministry of Planning, head of Social Planning and Development Unit. She was previously an associate professor at the University of Cairo and the British University in Egypt, also a fellow at the ERF, and her research and focus has been mostly on development economics, and education, health, inequality, and allow me to say multidimensional poverty as well in the region. And then we have Dr. Atef El Shabrawi, advisor to the Minister of Social Solidarity, and also leading and a director of the Forza program. So the way we've structured this panel discussion is going to be a presentation about 20 minutes, and then the panelists will have, you may have some comments, some question for the presenter, and then I have some question for you, and maybe hopefully we'll get some questions as well from the floor. So Dr. Ahmed, the floor is yours for 20 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Luigi, for the nice introduction. So this presentation is pretty much dealing with the concept of evidence. So what exactly we mean by rigorous evidence, and the technique that we are using at JPAL, which is randomized evaluations, what exactly it means and how they work. We'll be also covering different examples and different pathways of scaling up evidence that comes from these randomized evaluations and putting them into the hands of policymakers. So two types of those are pretty much like, taking evidence that has been shown in some other contexts and introducing it in new context, and also like scaling up kind of like a pilot small study into like a bigger one. So evidence can take different shapes and could have different meanings, depending on the context, depending on the institution, depending on the situation. Here in this particular situation and here in this particular exercise, we deal with evidence as claims that are supported by data. And you may all agree that data is also like, it depends pretty much like, it varies a lot in terms of quality, context, type, etc. So that's why at JPAL we are very much interested in rigorous impact evidence and claims that are supported by appropriate and rigorous data analysis to determine causal impact estimates. And causal here is like an extremely important word, because we are not just like chasing here correlations between different covariates or phenomena, but we are interested in like what's causing an outcome. There are different sources of evidence that can and should inform policy decisions. Evidence that you generate yourself as an institution, right? And evidence that you can get from some other external places. So for the one that you can produce yourself, it's pretty much, it can come in different shapes. One of them, for example, is impact evaluations, which I'm going to discuss in the coming slides. Surveys and data that you collect, administrative data that you have been accumulating before from previous programs, etc. Program monitoring data as well. So those are different types of those. For the evidence that comes from outside, this could be like policy insights and synthesis of evaluations, policy reports and outlooks that are out there, and also academic papers. Both types inform policy and practice, and both of them actually can help actually shaping the way you think about impact evaluation and evaluating the impact. So randomized evaluations is something that we use heavily at JPAL. It's pretty much like the technique that we use, and it takes a scientific approach to tackling poverty. What exactly randomized evaluations? So the idea is very intuitive. So suppose that you have like a program that you would like to study the impact of. You start with a group of people that you would like to study the impact of this program on. And we acknowledge that people are different. Like, this could be like, a bunch of people, could be a bunch of households, could be a bunch of villages, right? And those are different by definition because we are all different, right? Then what you do there, So what you do there is pretty much using this randomized technique is you divide this group of people into two groups using randomized way, like, randomly you choose a group of people to be in the intervention side, And another group would be the comparison group, right? And the key word here is randomization. Those people are different within this circle, right? But the fact that you are doing this on a large number of people and you're doing this randomly makes you 100% sure that those two groups are similar to each other on observable and even unobservable characteristics to begin with. And the only difference would be the intervention that will be given for one of them, and the other one will not be given this. So when you take a second measure here towards the end, at the end line, you know for sure that the impact of the intervention is causal, and this is actually like, the impact of what we are after here. So the difference between the two here would be the impact of this intervention. So the question now is like, why using evidence from randomized evaluations in policy making is important? Why to take the hassle? Why to invest in this? I mean, it's not that easy. It's costly. It takes a lot of time and effort. We acknowledge this. But is it worth it? Yes, there are several reasons that make us believe actually it's worth it. And some of those are the fact that it could increase the likelihood of successful outcomes. This could be through testing whether programs have the intended effect or no, improving the design and delivery for future programs, and learn from other successes and mistakes. In addition, it also makes you wiser when it comes to spending money in the future, because you know what exactly works and what doesn't work. And not only works, but also what's more cost effective relative to the magnitude of impact. So later on, you can scale up the more successful and more cost-effective programs. It also challenged the assumptions, right? So a lot of these programs are pretty much based on intuitions, and intuitions could be deceiving sometimes. So here, actually, we are challenging those by showing scientifically if it goes with the intuition hand in hand or no. And sometimes, actually, intuitions are misleading. Some other times, they are correct, but you need evidence for this. And not only evidence, but also how exactly they work. And this is actually something that these techniques can provide you with. As Alison mentioned, among the 1,100 or even more studies that have been conducted, the randomized evaluations that have been conducted there, only less than 3% come from the region. We have a total of 34 ongoing and finished randomized evaluations, which means that there's a lot of scope for learning from this region, particularly because it's a unique region with a lot of lessons to be learned from for the region itself and for the policy making within the region, but also globally, so that actually we can contribute towards producing evidence that can be used in the future. As I mentioned, there are different ways. Running and conducting randomized evaluation is not the end of the story. We conduct this actually so that we can bring this to the hands of the policymakers so that they can better implement the different programs. And there are different ways actually of evidence, how evidence could influence policy and practice. One of those is the most straightforward one. You start with a small intervention, a pilot one, and then you scale it up widely to a larger number of people so that actually in the future, many people would be benefiting from this if it's successful. Now, if it's not, sometimes actually it goes the other way around, that you can scale back an evaluated program. So you have something that it's not, the intuition is it's running quite well, but matter of fact, actually it's not. That's why actually you scale it down when you do this. There's also the option of adopting and scaling a program that has been running in one context, and then you bring it actually in a different context. Sometimes it's not that easy actually to adopt exactly the same thing, but mainly you get some insights and ideas out of an intervention, and you can just apply these insights into a different one. So it could be helpful also in this regard. It can also lead to shifting global thinking about evidence and evidence generating in general. And even more importantly, it can lead to institutionalizing evidence use and making it as part of like the processes, not only the process, but also like the culture of organizations. So in the future, actually, it's taken as kind of like, an organizational culture, future organizational culture that aims at evaluating with scientific evidence what could be work and what doesn't work. And this is particularly important, mainly because of the fact that partners in the government and the different organizations within the government, the NGOs, philanthropies, are key drivers of pathway to scale. And working together with them in the beginning for any, for any program to be successful and the scaling up to be successful, I think the starting point is to know exactly what the policies needs are, what exactly is driving this. And this is actually be a guarantee for the future for these programs to succeed and the scaling up to succeed. Because it pretty much speaks to the needs of the policymakers. I'll be giving you two examples of scaling up. One of them is the case of PEPML, which presents pretty much a program that has been implemented before in different places, and now we are bringing it here at MENA in Egypt, so that we can benefit from the fact that it has been successful abroad. So this is like an example of a program that has been evaluated in different contexts, and bringing it here can be helpful. So PEPML, or is based on this kind of like graduation model kind of studies. The idea there depends pretty much on this concept of poverty trap. So the idea simply is there's kind of like hypothetical line of poverty, and if you provide people with support that doesn't succeed in getting them past this line, it doesn't help that much. So if you provide them with a little bit of support, which is not sufficient to get them out of this trap, they will remain in poverty, right? So this model, this graduation programs pretty much deal with this idea of let's try to get people out of this poverty trap by providing them with kind of like, a big group, like a bundle, multifaceted program that would enable them actually to get out of this trap. And this idea, which is super innovative, has been extremely successful in different places. So here in like 7 different countries, it has been successful. And the study, or the impact of this kind of intervention has been published in the very renowned Journal of Science. And the impact there was extremely successful, not only economically, but also socially. So on the economic side, there has been positive impacts in terms of consumption, food security, asset holding, and savings. For the well-being, there has been increase in self-employment, income, improvement in psychological state as well. At MENA, we are working together with partners, including Sawiris Foundation for Social Development, to adapt the model and integrate it into the rural villages in Upper Egypt to alleviate poverty and evaluate the impact of this. What we are doing there particularly is, under the name PEPML, targeting 2,400 extremely poor households in the country, mainly in Asyut and Suhag. And we are working together with a network of NGOs there and Sawiris Foundation, as I mentioned. The intervention consists of a comprehensive and sequenced set of interventions that aims at graduating people from ultra-poverty into sustainable livelihood. It focuses mainly on 4 pillars: livelihood promotion, social empowerment, social protection, and financial inclusion. This is one example. The other example is like the most straightforward and common one and intuitive one, which is pretty much starting with a small program and then scaling it up into something bigger by reaching out a larger number of beneficiaries. And this is an evidence this is like an example of a program that comes from Indonesia, the case of targeting social assistance there. So the problem Indonesia faced in 2012 with regard to this kind of large-scale government program was the fact that service delivery was extremely difficult, right? Reaching people there, like eligible people, and enabling them actually to get the services was super difficult. This program was one of the largest globally, of social assistance, pretty much like focusing on providing poor families with rice to help them socially. And the investment was about $2 billion per year in social assistance. But it suffered a lot of leakage. So a lot of people who are eligible were not able to get the rice for the intended price. They have been paying even more than they should do. And some ineligible families even ended up having this. So the government came with this idea of let's provide identification cards to beneficiaries so that they can well identify actually the household members who are eligible for this and who are entitled to such help. They needed evidence soon from JPAL. So within 6 to 8 months, they want to inform national budget decision at the end of the year. And they needed kind of smart randomized evaluation that would help them evaluate if such an idea would be successful or not. The long-standing research collaboration and relationship between JPAL and the government in Indonesia helped us actually to move quickly and run a big experiment there within this time frame with support from the World Bank. And the result was super positive. The ID cards increased subsidy the poor received by 26%, which is gigantic, given just a small card. So based on these results, Indonesian government scaled nationwide to 66 million people in 2013, just in 1 year. So in less than 8 months, 1 year, you are scaling this up. Is it worth it financially? Actually, yes. So the conservative estimate for the value for money of this investment shows that 1 year returns for poor households were at least 79 times cost of randomized evaluation. So some people actually complain that randomized evaluations are extremely expensive. Yeah, sometimes they are, right? But sometimes actually it pays off. And actually you have this is a clear example on such successful ones. Of course, this is not solving all the issues, right? Yeah, I mean, it's taken with, we have to be careful that, we're not claiming that randomized evaluations are pretty much the solution for everything. That's why actually currently the government there is following up on evaluations with the Indonesian government to explore how to maximize effectiveness on electronic voucher scheme. So in the future, actually, they can even improve the system of reaching out to poor people more. So this is just one example on how JPAL is working with the government in Indonesia. And we have a couple of other examples. For example, the executive director there at JPAL Southeast Asia is invited to participate in a small expert team to support President's office intensively in the first several months of the pandemic, particularly speaking about COVID and how we react to it. There has been also weekly policy memos and inputs to cabinet level decisions, and key policies align closely to JPAL's recommendation. For example, expanding community-based targeting of cash transfer programs, reaching 8 million people, and applications of evidence we could create together years before. So the key takeaways of this is randomized evaluations take a scientific approach, and this is what matters for us to tackle poverty. So you have high quality evidence coming from this scientific approach. This evidence can inform many aspects of decision making and can improve outcomes for those living in poverty. And there's a need for more region-based and policy-relevant evidence in MENA. And there are several pathways for evidence to influence policy and practice, like adopting and scaling programs, and scaling up an evaluated pilot. So these are just two possible ways JPAL MENA can work with partners to address policy priorities in Egypt and in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. Very good overview, global overview of how evidence matters. I think that's something that often we at UNICEF struggle to show, that how evidence matters for the life of people. And you've listed a couple of very good examples of additional investment that this evidence has triggered, and how the life of families has changed as well, the access to services that they had thanks to the evidence that was generating. Also, good that you put a spotlight on a couple of topics, including graduation. I think some of the questions, one of the questions we have Dr. Atef here that will be asking is really about the government effort in pushing this graduation, a sustainable graduation out of poverty through Forza. But let me start with Dr. Hiam. So first, feel free to make some comments to Dr. Ahmed's presentation. And then if you can answer to this question about to what extent the Ministry of Planning is incorporating evidence generation in the current and the future plan. And while answering this question, I think you can also, we've been talking about the Impact Lab. We launched it here, the Impact Lab, several months ago. Maybe if you can link your answer also to the Impact Lab and explain how important it is and how you see it evolving in the next years.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for the insightful presentation. I do have like 2 questions for you regarding the graduation program that has been implemented in 7 countries, and you have mentioned that it has like a very positive and significant impact on the well-being of the extreme poor, and we do have now an Egyptian version of this graduation program, which is called PEPML. My first question is regarding, do we have similar positive results on the well-being of the extreme poor in Egypt, particularly what I have noticed that it is targeting one of the poorest governorates in Egypt. The second question regarding PEPML as well, do you need to tailor this graduation program a little bit during the implementation in order to meet the Egyptian context, or just the global program has been implemented here in Egypt? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ham. So, very interesting questions. Regarding the first one on the outcomes and results of the program is still running. So actually, we are still collecting data. So, but so far, actually, things look very promising in a lot of these aspects and dimensions that we have talked about. And related to this, also, like, we are not only limited to this kind of set of outcomes, but we also collect some interesting aspects that are pretty much speaking to the particularity of the Egyptian case. Like, for example, we have a module that hasn't been included in any of these countries before, which focuses on female genital cutting. This is one of the things that you can do there to see actually how the impact could extend beyond just the economic aspects and aspects related to well-being in general to more specific stuff. The advantage of this kind of program is you can tailor it actually the way you want, and we test also different variations of the cost there, just to bring evidence that speaks to the Egyptian case, but also speaks globally, and people can just take it from there and start actually learning lessons that could be applicable somewhere else. So this is pretty much actually the case, and this is the beauty of this kind of randomized evaluation, that you can, try different versions and try different even treatment. The example I showed. The concept of treatment and control. This can, of course, you can have several versions of these treatment arms to study actually what exactly is working and which version of those is better than the other in which aspect or not. And this is actually one of the things that we are applying in graduation with the cost.
Thank you, Ahmed, for the answer. It's really very useful to highlight that this kind of programs, when we re-implemented, it might have a different, as Ahmed have just mentioned, modules, outcomes, intended outcomes, which meet the national context. Related to the question that has been raised by Luigi regarding the implementation or the usage of evidence-based by the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, I'm going to little bit shift to why we use, again, why government of Egypt in deep need now to the usage of evidence-based policies. So I think are in deep use to such kind of randomized evaluations in order to generate evidence-based policies. I think the first thing that we as government officers always been asked if this program has its intended outcomes or not. So I'm going to give an example for one of the national flagship programs, which is the Family Planning and Development Program, for example. So one of the intended outcomes of this program is to control birth and to engage, to promote and engage women in the labor force in a way that it becomes more productive and employable, and to increase the women employability. So I think here, if we need at a point of time to answer if this intended outcomes has been achieved or not. So I think one of the useful tools in order to answer such kind of questions about different outcomes is conducting randomized evaluation programs. Randomized evaluation. So one other thing that I need to highlight here is, and I want to borrow it from the presentation of my colleague Ahmed, is the cost effectiveness versus the magnitude of the impact. Something that we all actually question. It's again, as we always know, that we really need to be cautious now about allocating resources. And what we always learn is getting the maximum benefit out of the scarce resources. So does actually this, and you know now that the direction of the government is going for national development programs, and the budget components that allocated for this national programs is really huge. So, I mean, the question here, does the magnitude of the impact of such a kind of programs is equal to the cost or the resources allocated for this program? In order to be able to answer this question again, we have to, as Ahmed have just mentioned, to wait till the end of the evaluation and to see is either we achieve the cost effectiveness and achieve the best out of the resources that we have, and actually we achieve the intended outcomes of the program or not. If the evaluation results is to scale up this program, so that means it is useful, I mean, to implement this program all over Egypt. But if the evaluation mentioned that we have to scale up, scale back these programs, it is per se a very rigorous result, that we have to stop allocating resources in this arm, or we have to shift, I mean, reintroduce the arm in a way that becomes very effective in order to have an intended outcomes. So evaluation programs is really, evaluations, I mean, it's really very important and very effective and useful tool now for policymakers in order to be able to generate evidence-based policies. So coming to the Egypt Impact Lab and the efforts that has been made by the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development to make this project launch it and happened, I think I'd love to mention always when I talk about the Egypt Impact Lab, it's a 360 program. You know, it's really very unique when it comes to the foundation of this project, when it comes to the pillars where it works on, when it comes to the thematic areas where most of the evaluation has been classified under. So I think here, for those who did not join us in the launching of the Egypt Impact Lab, Egypt Impact Lab, it's a policy lab embedded at the government, at the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. We do have huge government partners. We do have with us the National Council for Women, we do have the Ministry of Social Solidarity, we have Micro, Small, Medium Development Agency, and we have the National Institute of Governance and Sustainable Development. So those are the implementers. You know that the Ministry of Planning is not an implementer. So we have the implementers of the national programs. We work together in order to be able to identify the priority areas and the thematic areas where the projects fit in. So among the thematic areas that we work on is the social protection and poverty reduction. And actually here we focus on Hayat Karima and most of the social programs that has been developed by Ministry of Social Solidarity. Again, for the family planning and women empowerment, we already working on evaluating different pillars for the program, including the financial inclusion pillar, the mass media campaign that's going to be designed for this program, and assessing the impact on the intended outcomes of the program. And finally, job creation and SMEs promotion. We work closely here with MENA. Also, I just want to mention won't be happen without the support of Sawiris Foundation for Social Development, Community Jameel, and finally UNICEF. So what I want to mention about the 360-degree side of this project is the pillars where we work on. So we not only work to generate evaluations evaluating the flagship programs. So this is the first pillar which we work on. It's evaluating the national programs, and now we are actually discussing more than 5 evaluations for those pillars under the national flagship programs. But also, alongside with this, we work closely with our government partners to build up the capacity of the government officer. So 2 months ago, we launched the first roundtable with the senior policy officers that are our focal points from our government strategic partners in order to determine these thematic areas and determine the programs that we're going to work for evaluation. So this goes closely and in a participative approach with the government. And directly after this conference, as my colleague Alison just mentioned, we're going to launch the first Evaluating Social Program course. This program is designed by MENA, which I'm really here would love to thank, because all of this happened with their support. But actually here, the audience is not only the senior officers, but also their team, whom we're going to work closely with during the evaluation, in order to make sure that those people, they are more acquainted with the evaluation and the tools of the evaluation. And finally, we were the third and the last pillar is strengthening the local ecosystem for generating evidence-based policy. And here, actually, we do have different interventions. The most important one is the usage of the admin data, the administrative data, in a way that can generate potential ideas for evaluation in the future, which we know that we do have a lot of data that may be underused in Egypt. So the lab will work, in this pillar, we work closely with PEPML and our strategic partners in order to be able to make this admin data readable, and later on we can actually later on offer it also for the researchers as well to continue doing research on this. Also, we call for a fellowship, a MENA Scholar Fellowship, in order to also gather a network from the MENA scholars who's acquainted with the MENA context and the challenges that facing the MENA region, to work alongside with the experts, the PIs, the global experts on those projects, in order to make sure that we create this vibrant ecosystem of MENA scholars. And it's open, particularly I saw now students, a lot of students on the back. It is on the JPAL page. I think if you are eligible for the criteria of applying to this fellowship, please don't hesitate. And finally, the learning tours. We are actually working now on getting our first learning tour out with Indonesia in order, as Ahmed have just mentioned, that they have like a very successful experiences in evaluating and designing programs that leads to poverty reduction and very vibrant development outcomes. I think this is in a nutshell. I don't know whether I talk too much. Yes, I do. Always I do so. So whether I've yes, this is how this is what I just want to mention, that how the government of Egypt is try to think more about embedding this evidence-based policies in their decision-making process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Rian. I think we have until 2, more or less, so it's fine. I think we have. Dr. Atef, you're here representing the Ministry of Social Solidarity, and we know the government, through the Ministry of Social Solidarity, has invested a lot on social protection in the past, I'd say mostly from 2015 onwards, in targeted social protection intervention especially. We know the Takaful and Karama, more recently, a few years ago, started with the Forza program. Now, the question that I have for you, and you feel free to focus on both programs or only one other program you choose, is to what extent has evidence informed these programs over the years, and to what extent also the scale-up of these programs is being guided by the evidence that has been collected over time.
First, I would like to thank you for inviting me. In fact, I'm representing my colleague, Mervat Sabrin. I'm just knowing that I have to be here 1 hour before. I'm very happy to be here. First, I will start by giving, in fact, I'm personally involved in working with evidence-based since about 7 years, and I have a hands-on experience with EPFRI, so I have to tell you the nightmare of working in executive and following this part. I will just comment 2 comments about the presentation before I'm talking about Forza. Regarding the poverty and what we talk about evidence, and in fact we have to mention that the most challenging factor in fighting poverty is the economics of the program. Every time we have a pilot, Egypt is full of hundreds of very successful pilots, small villages, small group, and small people. We successfully help them to do kind of income generating activity. The problem is not the pilot, the problem is the scale up. So probably we have to rethink our way of looking for any pilot. The second, in hands-on, and this is a question for Dr. Ahmed, we have a tremendous problem in dealing with evidence, because evidence will need to design the survey, to design the question, to deliver the question, to ask people who are, I'll tell you one example, we have it in Forza. We implemented a behavior change session for about 80,000 families. Out of 100,000, we have 80,000 families. So we have a small sample of 3,000 already registered, and they already went through the session. And our partner, EPFRI, within the survey for the baseline, 28% only from the small sample of 3,000, 28% attested that they participate in the session. However, 100% of the sample participate in the session. I mean the gap, again, 28% of people, 100 people participate in one event, and 28% say they participate. So the other is lying. I'm sorry, I'm just starting by saying we should be extremely careful in getting the evidence, because the cycle is complex. We have to properly design the survey, the questionnaire. We have to deliver the questionnaire. We have to ratify, and we have to double check how it was delivered. It was delivered by phone. It was delivered by professional social worker who can get out the information, or delivered by people we got them ad hoc just to take the questionnaire. And this is a dilemma which I guess Dr. Ahmed might answer, or it's beyond but the question of the role, and if we have to consider that evidence will replace the expertise and know-how, or it will come with, I will tell you the experience of Forza. I will shift to Forza, because when we started Forza, I spent the last 20 years out of Egypt. So I brought a lot of Barak. I worked with Barak and with, not Barak, with Professor Yunus, with Grumman in Bangladesh. And when we started to make this, to replace the evidence, I'm sorry to say, we started by focus group and design thinking lab. So in end of 2019, we did about 12 design thinking lab. We regrouped NGOs in Egypt. the bigger one and smaller one. We regroup people working in employment platform. We regroup people working in training ended by employment or job placement to ask what are the challenges. So we designed the program based on the real needs and real challenges according to the international expertise. So in end of last year, the World Bank published, if some of you know PEI, the Partnership for Economic Inclusion, which is an initiative by the World Bank, published Forza as one of the successful story worldwide. I mean, also for the design of the program, which is going by pure Egyptian, this kind of getting feedback of what we can do for the current Egyptian situation. It's not to impose any of the program, of any of initiative, like we work with production units, which is a small units, and people don't want to work together, and a level of illiteracy is very high, so we are not able to consider them as micro-entrepreneurs, so we have to find a way. So the idea to have production units is an idea came through the design thinking lab and the consultation with the focus group. So I come to mention, because I'm here to talk about the MOS. In fact, MOS has two experience with evidence with EPFRI. I guess most of you know EPFRI, which is a not competitor, my colleague of Japan. Takaful Karama, which is a vast social protection program, launched in March 2016 officially. It started by having a database which today has 40 million individuals. So we are sitting in our offices with a database of 40 million with all the data regarding their, where they are. The first of designing a poverty not graduation, but at least fighting or alleviation, is to understand the ecosystem where people are. And this is very important issue. I guess I will not praise the Minister of Social Solidarity for that, but at least when we design the program, we have the map of poverty, we have the pockets, we have people where they are living, and what are the socioeconomic condition where they are. They have kind of agricultural activity, they have kind of traditional way of doing this kind of micro-enterprise, home-based business. So we started by getting the database, the map of where they are. We decided to have a small program funded by a loan from the World Bank. It's $50 million for 50,000. It means $1,000 per head, and 8 governorates. We selected the most relevant where the pocket of poverty is highest, but also we have certain economic activity because we do a pilot. So the pilot based on, and that I mentioned group discussion and design thinking lab. We did about 12 group discussion and design thinking lab, and we have EPFRI with us to do the baseline. EPFRI worked with the Ministry of Social Solidarity and the World Bank for the baseline and end line of Takaful and Karama. So when we started with Forza, we had already the baseline of Takaful and Karama and the midline, so we have proper information about the stereotype of those people, profile. We design a program for household, so we would like to understand. We have a multiple exclusion and inclusion criteria. We have both exclusion and inclusion because we focus on household, not on individual. We designed a program which is based on working with the 3 stakeholders of any poverty alleviation program. Who are the 3 stakeholders? The government. So we opened offices in the 27 governorates of the Egyptian, directorates, we call it, Social Development Directorate. We did qualify 3 staff per governorate, so we have about 90 staff all over the governorates who are working in the program, directed by a program. Then we go for the individual. We do a kind of behavior change. We use the nudge theory for the first time in the MENA region. We use nudge theory, a session of 4 hours, where we try to discuss with people why you are not willing to enroll in poverty alleviation, why you would like to stay in the comfort zone. Then we do kind of meeting one-to-one to identify their skills, and then to go to 2 paths, training ended by employment and asset transfer. So this is for the individual, and we add on top of that, we created what we call it DAIM, DAM is a national voluntary network for economic empowerment. We have currently 2,500 volunteers in 8 governorates who are trained to be coach and mentor. So this is for the individual, the beneficiary. The third partner and the stakeholder are the NGO. We have an agreement with one NGO in Egypt to train 100 NGO to our program, because our program based on economics of how much each one will cost. Dr. Ahmed mentioned for PEPML or whatever, the cost per intervention is very high. You know, in Egypt we can fight poverty, but how much money we have? Ministry of Social Solidarity has a huge budget for Takafa and Karama, which is cash transfer. But for the economic transfer, no. So economics of any intervention is very important. So we count, for example, no time to enter into the evidence base to say that the cost per head for job creation in Forza, for example, if we end a training ended by job placement, it's 7,000 Egyptian pound. If it's ended by asset, it's 15,000 Egyptian pound before the devaluation of Egyptian pound. But let's say that we have calculated, we did a design file with Excel sheet where we have, the NGO has just to put the number of people, the type of intervention, and we calculate the total cost of the intervention and the total cost of amount which you have to go for the NGO, because in Egypt, NGOs takes 15 to 20% admin fees, which is very high internationally. So we kept for 8%. I mean, we focus in the economics of intervention. I will not get out of the subject of evidence-based, and you know that our subject, but we have been using today in Asyut. We started for 3 days focus group again, because we noticed that we have a challenge in employing people. People in our system, we have about 70% of our intervention is as a transfer. We give them a tool like livestock, but we put it in value chain. We don't give a single livestock. Our mandatory condition is everything should be collective, either production unit or asset transfer and collective. Collective, it means we have an example in Kafr al-Sheikh. We give 400 lady, each 120 chips, egg chips, you know, frah bayada, just to produce 120 eggs. 120 chips means about 80 to 90 eggs per day. So this is an example we did in Kafr al-Sheikh. It was very successful until last year. The prices went up anyway. So I come to the evidence, say that we are able to, in fact, to turn the assets of the Ministry of Social Solidarity, which is the data. So we have the data. We have both data, by the way. We have data for NGO. So when we go somewhere, we mobilize the NGOs who have already been in economic empowerment. We don't call for blind call. I mean, data is fundamentally more precious than anything. So I say that last study, I have it here, and it's published in EPFRI. If you go to the website of EPFRI, you'll find our baseline, which is published last year. Unfortunately, it is very, very crucial, you know, evidence-based, and what Dr. Ahmed mentioned, and Riham, sorry, because you see the difference between Takafa and Karama beneficiary and non-Takafa and Karama beneficiary, and the baseline survey was extremely nightmare for me. I was very shocked. I was very sad for 1 week for the results, because it reflects 100% what I see in reality. People who are getting Takafa and Karama for 5 years, they are not willing to work. No way to convince it. Our session, our behavior change session, we have a rate of success. The ministry did a small survey in 2018 before I joined. They asked 2,200 individuals from Takafa Karam. Are you willing to work? Not gender equality. They had that the percentage, the average is 86% saying that we are not willing to work. It's blindly. The single question in the survey was, are you willing to work? Are you looking for a job? When we came on our behavior change session, we have a success rate of 75%. And all the people who went through the session, 75% of them said at the end of the session, we are willing to go for the FORSA, for economic empowerment. Once we start to implement, we find that those people who are saying majority are willing to go for asset transfer. They don't want to get a job. Because the baseline survey of every gave us the reason, and this is nice for the policy, I'm just advocating what you said, that those people are working as informal labor and working everywhere, so they do kind of income, they create a small income monthly from being an illegal or informal worker everywhere. So they are registered because they don't have a formal work. So probably now we do a focus group in Astute for 3 days with the ILO just to understand what is the solution for those people who are desiring to work. They mentioned in the session that they are looking for a job, but when we presented jobs for them, they are not willing to work. So now we try to understand by evidence, by focus group, not evidence because we don't have to do time, I'm sorry, and luxurious economics for doing the randomized, but we do direct focus group. But let's say that using science and using evidence no one can escape it. I mean, if we come to mention that we have a problem, we brought jobs for a lot of people in our samples, and they are not willing to work. So we have to understand. How can we understand? Probably even randomized group wouldn't tell us an issue, which is probably randomized group is taken from the angle of a single problem, which is inside an ecosystem. I have my concern regarding the baseline, and this is Dr. Ahmed can comment, that when we do a randomized group, we go directly for the problem. We don't look for the socioeconomic condition surrounding the program. I'm sorry to mention this is not criticism, but that's what I see, because those people were working already, so the sample said, the science said that they are able to get the job, but in reality they are not, because the circumstances, the conditions surrounding them is not enabling them to do. So probably we have to consume a randomized group with certain concern in Egypt, like the condition of having this kind of attitude, the scales of people who are doing the survey, the interpretation of the survey, because each time we use this scientific evidence, it is very scientific, very rigorous, but the way of getting it from the ground should also be rigorous. I will end by saying that Ministry of Social Solidarity is now designing different programs based on the same attitude. We have the non-formal and even family planning we participate, and we use the same, in fact, the same way. We get from the database, we identify areas where we like to go, population which we are targeting according to our criteria. We immediately do a rapid market assessment, where they are and what are the type of economic empowerment program which we can do and go well with them. And then we go for the, we call it mobilization and behavior change session. So this became like an DNA in the system of economic empowerment, that the merge of three. Probably this might help a lot of people who are doing research and getting easy data from the ministry, easy data from the experience we have. I will end by saying that we have a lot of people, a lot of researchers who are coming. Weekly, I said was researchers who are coming to get our data. We are extremely open for that because we are beneficiary. I guess we are the first hand. I participated in Sultanate Oman about 5 years back in creating a system where you have 35 databases in Ministry of Labor and Social Development in Sultanate Oman. We do innovation lab. We do competition annually to solve the problem. If you go now to the website of Ministry of Labor in Oman, you will find challenges, and there are social innovation or governmental innovation labs to find solution, and this is a science. I'm happy to end here because I can talk all the day. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we are almost at 2 p.m., but just to reflect a couple of points, I think your point about evidence is not only about randomized controlled trials. I mean, that's has to be clear. It's the databases that MOS has, for instance, that have helped in shaping the intervention. It's the qualitative research, qualitative evidence that we collect as well, and RCT are an additional way to understand what works and doesn't, but it cannot be used alone. I think that's an important point. On the point about Force and Takaful and Karam, I think the challenge that the world has is rather than which one is better than the other, is how we connect both. How we connect a cash transfer to address the immediate needs of the families, and how we support them in integrated in the economy, this idea of economic and social inclusion. I don't think that any country has figured it out yet. Even in developed country, in Italy, there's still a pretty big discussion about labor market and anti-poverty programs. So it's something that we need to consider. We need to keep thinking and testing as well. Dr. Ahmed, you've been called a couple of times, so maybe you want to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atif. I really enjoyed your discussion. A couple of points that we are on the same page on, like, the importance of impact evaluation, regardless of the technique. I mean, the fact that, we both agree that it's extremely important to see what we are doing makes sense or no scientifically is extremely important and useful. Talking about Luigi's point and your point about qualitative surveys, actually it goes hand in hand together with randomized evaluations. So actually most of our programs here, we start by laying the background and try to understand actually the context by using qualitative surveys in the beginning to better understand actually the situation and address it actually and design it in a good way. Another thing that we also agree on is your first point, like, scaling up. I don't see scaling up as kind of like a competitor to piloting. I think, they go hand in hand. So I agree with you that, there are more pilots than scaling up because they are cheaper and they are easier to implement, of course, right? But at one point, actually, when you have something successful, you can bring it up and scale it up and apply it more widely to a larger group of people. This is something actually we'll be very much willing actually to work with you on. Regarding your point about your skepticism about the data and like 28% of people just like replied, I totally agree with you. Like, doing this kind of like surveys is not that easy at all. That's why we at JPAL MENA take this extremely serious. So actually what we do here in most of our program, like in all of our projects, is the projects are designed in a way that you have affiliated researchers who are experts on the topic, putting the design of the RCT, also designing the survey, etc. But you have also, they are being supported by our local team here on the ground, who are on a daily basis evaluating like the quality of the work, how it goes, etc., and see actually if this makes sense or no, and correct things actually at the spot. So actually this is something that I totally see, and we take it very seriously, and we need to do something about it. Otherwise, like, we'll not be able to do any research, and the excuse is like, people lie in the survey. So this is something actually we take very seriously. I'm not sure what else. The economics. Yeah, exactly. So this is we are exactly on the same page on this. So the cost effectiveness is extremely important for us, and actually what we are offering with the technique that we are using, randomized evaluations, which was like, it's just like, one of the techniques like you mentioned, and there are several other ways of doing this. I mean, we believe that this is the gold standard. It can work. If it works, actually, it will be great to implement it. But if it doesn't, there are several ways actually of going around this and implementing different methodologies. But one advantage of the randomized evaluations is the fact that cost effectiveness can be estimated like causally and accurately using our technique. And this is something actually that goes to the benefit of implementing this in the future and learning more what works and not, and how much cost effective it is. I hope this answers your question. I'll be very much happy actually to continue discussing after the thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I've been allowed for a round of questions from the floor if we are a few minutes late. Let's see if there are a couple of questions. If you have a question, please put your hand up. If you can say your name, affiliation, and who is that the question for. So I see 1, 2, and 3.
That's our round from question from the public. Please.
Thank you. I'm Amira Abdul Latif. I'm head of monitoring and evaluation at UNDP, and my question is for Dr. Riham. Thank you all for very fruitful discussions and very interesting presentation. Dr. Riham, a part of what Dr. Ahmed Said was saying was the importance of institutionalizing the evidence use. So my question to you is, as the Ministry of Planning, do you have kind of an evaluation plan for other ministries, for initiatives, or how many evaluations have been done in the last year or couple of years, and who conducts these evaluations, and how do you use the outcome of these evaluations? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much, panelists, for such interesting remarks and presentations. I'm Basma Tribi. I'm a public policy consultant, but I work for multinationals, unfortunately, not this angle of things. But I'd like to comment on a couple of things as an Egyptian. For Dr. Riham, for the EG Lab, as consultants, as researchers, as Egyptians in general, we have always a problem with the accessibility of data. So when you mentioned EG Lab, is there a timeline on the accessibility of data that you have set forth? And if so, when is that? And with Dr. Atif, I really enjoyed the numbers. The figures are staggering, frightening in a sense, and I can say that they're quite expected, nothing out of the ordinary, given that I've worked in NGOs in Egypt, so I've seen this. But a couple of points that you've mentioned on the informal economy, the introduction of work ethics and the lack thereof, and nudging and behavioral economics. There has to be some sort of national campaign on this. There has to be a solution. I'm not sure that there has been one scientifically done elsewhere. If there's a case that you're working on a practical solution that's tailored for Egypt, bottom up, not maybe something tailored for for Egypt as a case, not necessarily from elsewhere. And again, as a fellow Egyptian, I do work for for-profit agencies, but how can I help? For those who have zakah, for those who have money that they can spare, how can we help? Is there, for the allocation of support with the IMF, with the budgeting issues that we will be facing, hitting the most impoverished the most, again, are there any platforms, not only donations, is there a platform that we can see which program touches the most impoverished, the most eligible, the most, and if these need extra support, where? And we need evidence for this. I don't think it should be circulated only among researchers or among government officials. For those who I have colleagues and friends who live abroad, and they're willing to do the same, but they never trust platforms without evidence to support it, and without government entities that publish these data. So again, it's just a couple of points and questions. Again, thank you so much for organizing such a panel.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello? This is Nihal Ahmed. I worked in, or still working in CABMAS since 2012. I worked in the poverty lines and the monetary poverty and the multidimensional poverty. And I have been part of several social surveys. Now I'm trying to widen my knowledge to go for the charities, and like my colleague mentioned, the Zakat, the other organization, like Risala, like Masr al-Khair. I have to mention that those organizations can have evidence because they directly give the people money. So when I give you money, please give me all your papers. So people are forced to give their paper. I feel that this is a start point when we need evidence. For the liars, we can track them. They will not lie. They will not be any more deceiving or missing points, because you are forced to give me 4 details about your situation, and I can have the ability to go and to make any pilot survey or to have any interview or whatever I need. And the families and the household, they are welcome for this, because they will have assets and they will have assistance with on many different programs. So this is one point to mention, that the government and the organizations and even JPAL Global Evidence Program can use or can cooperate with such charities or organizations in order to try to collect the evidence they need. So I'm saying the evidence is there, and we are focusing on every detail, and maybe they can have access for the more details about the household, about how many brides in the household, how many assistants, how many orphans. I mean, there are a huge information that I found in charity and other organizations that wasn't in the National Statistical Office, and I was surprised. So we have to take into consideration about this point. And for Dr. Ahmed, yes, for Dr. Ahmed, I have enjoyed your presentation very much, but I want to ask about, you said that you have like a group, a main group, and then you, just a minute. It's okay, my notes is here, so. You have a main group, and then you separate this group into 2 groups. I just want you to clarify the first group, the first targeted group. Did you select it depending on a sampling methodology, and how you separate it into 2 sampling groups? Because when you are talking about scaling up, the results, I feel it should be randomly selected, but it should be following a methodology. I need you to clarify this. And also, just a minute.
Can I think if it's okay, because we are already 10, 12 minutes beyond schedule, we'll take this last question only, if it's okay, yeah? So let me, so there's a question, a methodological question, and then we have a couple of questions by our colleague UNDP on evidence and institutionalization of evidence, and another one about accessibility of data. And then there is a third question, maybe you can answer on nudges in the behavioral economics, and what if there's any national campaign, right? That's, see if you can, yeah, you can start. If you can all be very brief in your answer.
Sure. So I'll be answering your 2 questions very briefly. So like on the philanthropies and the NGOs and the different institutions, actually at JPAL we work with a large network of partners, including NGOs. And for us, actually, they are like very important partners because they know the field quite well, and they have their own programs that they have been running for quite some time. So also as part of our strategy, we reach out to them, we work together with them, and we sometimes actually use the data they have collected just like, to understand things better, and also like work jointly towards evaluating the impact of their different programs. So actually we are keeping this in mind, and we do this. Regarding your other question about like the criteria for choosing the group to begin with, this pretty much depends on the program that we are talking about. So say for example you have a training program that focuses, like you want to evaluate the impact of a training program that deals with youth unemployment. Then you would be starting actually with people who are unemployed, and you have like a set of criteria that are set, I don't know, either by the government or like whoever, and then we can work under those. The point is like, given that those are an eligible group, you can work with this group and randomize and do like, the sequence of randomization and then evaluating the impact I explained. I hope this explains your question. So it doesn't have to be super representative from the beginning, right? Unless we are talking about something that's representative, it has to be representative, then we can also do this way. But even if it's not, it's totally fine because you are interested in the impact of this particular intervention for this particular group that's eligible for such a program. I hope this answers your question. Riham?
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague from the UNDP about her question, and I would love here to split the question, okay? So if we talk about the Egypt Impact Lab, it's a project that has been launched March 2022, okay? So the vision of the lab to make this kind of evaluation, it's not institutionalized, but me and my colleagues looking forward to have it constitutionalized. So designing or preparing a national flagship program should be correlated or associated with evaluation program in order to be able to assess the magnitude of the interventions and to see if the intended outcomes has been achieved or not. Regarding what the government is doing now, I will mention that it's not that much huge. However, for JPAL, we have JPAL. It's as we know, it's here in Egypt since 2014. So we do have like a projects, running projects with the government. We do have the early childhood development with the Ministry of Solidarity. We do have also with MENA evaluation for rural migration. So there are, when we are talking about randomized evaluation, where my colleague Ahmed is talking about. But there are other tools of evaluation rather than the randomized evaluation. What we are doing under the lab is we are shifting to this methodology because it's really rigorous in order to be able to estimate precisely the magnitude of the interventions and to answer the question of the cost effectiveness versus the magnitude of the impact. However, also, as Dr. Atif have just mentioned about the evaluation that is done by IFPRI, for example, using other tools rather than the randomized, the RCTs. It's not an RCTs. So we do have a bunch of methodologies. I think FORSA, Takaful Karama already goes for 2 rounds of evaluation as well with IFPRI, and the results are published in the reports. So I just would love to mention that we are not that much. We don't have a lot of evidence-based, evaluations. However, what we are doing under the lab, which I'm really lucky by working with my colleagues from JPAL, MENA, and even with Dr. Hela, that she's already the Minister of Planning and Economic Development. She's hosting this project with this, a lot of challenges we go through in order to have this launched, in order to have this evaluations, again, not institutionalized. I'm looking forward to have it constitutionalized. And I'm not going to do a program or design a program without having evaluation, piloting, and assessing, and publishing, the results in an events for the people, and getting this, participatory approach done properly. Okay? So this is for this. So did I answer your question? For my colleague regarding the accessibility of the data, again, I'd love to answer to split the question. Under the Egypt Impact Lab, we have a pillar for rearranging and cleaning the administrative data in a way that can be readable and usable and then publishable. This is a project that we are working on now. So, but again, for the data that comes out from the evaluation, because the evaluation we go for baseline survey, inline survey, or midline survey. We have a bunch of data. We are tracing people over time regarding the research questions that we're going to answer. I think once we publish the results of the study, we can easily publish the data that we collected. This is when it comes to the Egypt Impact Lab. When it comes to the evaluation that comes from the Egypt Impact Lab, because it has a data that is restricted or limited to the research question that we are doing. But for the admin data, this is the project that I'm currently working with my JPAL colleagues in order to make it available for the researchers. Well, I think this is going to be revamping, Thank you very much. I'm trying to do my best to Allah.
Okay, I have two comments. She left, and so I focus Mikey. I guess we did one thing. We call it if anyone wants to help. We have different category of program Forza within Forza. We have the Forza, which is based on the World Bank pilot, which is, I mentioned. We have Forza, which belongs to the ministry with the whole territory, because we work in 8 governorates with the money of the World Bank. So the other governorates are still, we work in 27 governorates, but we created different models. So we have a small model with Sawiris Foundation where we got a small amount of money, and we do elaborate different intervention based on the same we do with the World Bank with a lighter intervention. We can have we participate in the COP27 by a pioneer experience of Egyptian of MOS, where we linked the rural development with climate change. So we have 12 initiatives where we work, for example, with artichoke, for example, al-kharshuf. We have a unit in Bahira where we have 240 ladies who are working in cleaning and packing. So we have that kind of intervention with the money which is not coming from the same program I mentioned with the World Bank. So we created what we call it economic convoy, قوافل التمكين الاقتصادي. It's very simple. We have certain donor or foundation who are giving us, decide tomorrow morning you are coming from Sharqiyya, one village beside you would like to help them. So we start to get people from the database. The amount of money you will give it will allocate certain business model, what type of intervention. It is individual, so we can give a small tool, production tool. So we select people from the database, we do mobilization, we do behavior change session, so we do training on how to manage micro enterprise. So we go to give them the asset, which might be 5,000 to 10,000 Egyptian pound as a donation, but within a system where we have follow-up. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that we use a social worker. We have about 1,000 social workers who are, رائدات اجتماعات, but plus we have the girls who are coming, boys are going for the army for 1 year, and girls are going for what we call it civil service. So we have a structure. So donor or let's say someone who will be donating, we have also this kind of services where we collected about 15 million Egyptian pound, and we created about 1,000 projects out of this, which is collected from NGOs. For the lady who talked about the database and the NGOs, in fact, I have to mention that Takafu and Karama, based on a database of 30 organizations who are linking together. When you apply to get Takafu and Karama, we double check your status in different ways. So the only leak in Takafu and Karama, I have to mention that the NGOs who are giving money for people, they don't have proper registry. For that, thanks to God and a new law, forcing them to have a platform and database, and now we started to get the fruit of that law. I really thank the people who did this law to force NGOs to have a database. You imagine that all the efforts that the state, the government is doing with a huge amount of capital for the economic empowerment, and we have at the end of the day many NGOs who are draining also donation from international and national, and they are giving for the same people because we don't have a link. They are not accessed by law to our, we regrouped them in about 2 years back with Dr. Niveen. We tried to have a forced database before the law. It didn't happen. NGOs who having, as a lady mentioned, they're giving donation, they don't share the database easily with the government, by the way. So we have to find that. Now with the law, they have to share it. So probably that kind of, once the new law, which is implemented now, will force the NGO to have their data on a platform shared with the government, will much avail data for the researcher, but also for us, because we will see, and it will show up who's taking what in small villages where we have bombarding people now with, because of the poverty, we have to put blanket and everything. I end by saying the nudge. We wish to have that kind of nudge. Probably we have with us Dr. Riham. We can mention to Dr. Riham many countries. I participated in one in about 12 years back in Bahrain. They did a national campaign for 3 months nudging young people to work and nudging how to replace a local, they would like to replace locals by, expat, so they have to motivate locals first. It looks like what we have now, but they did a huge campaign in the streets. You have a lamppost and banner in the media and the small shorts, clips, incentivizing people. They did a whole system, which is nudge has, the theory has 4 elements. Empathize the guy for the cause, give him incentive, give him directive, and threaten him. If he doesn't comply, something bad will happen. Here we don't have these 4. In the nudge session we have the 4 because we threat people. If you are not entering in Forza, anyway, Takaful and Karama will stop. So you'll be loser. Now we give you donation as a asset. After the program Forza, there is no donation. I mean, this is all ideas might be used in the lab probably, and probably yourself as a researcher, you can come to our office if you have any idea. If you are an NGO, we can find a fund for you to do small things. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think clearly you can continue the discussion later on because there is clearly some resources that might come into Forza for some specific project. I'm not going to try to summarize. We're a bit late. So thank you, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Riham, Dr. Latif. Thanks for your time and for your presentation, comments, and answers as well. Thanks for listening. And Alison, over to you. Sorry for a few minutes over the time.
Excellent, thank you. And I'd like to invite panel 2 to come up to the stage. And while they make their way up, I wanted to comment on one of the questions that was raised about, like, how can we help if we're not in an institutional role? It made me think of an organization that exists called GiveWell, which tracks data on NGOs that have rigorous evidence around the impact of the work that the NGOs do, and looks at whether those NGOs have the absorptive capacity to take on more donations. Right now, it has NGOs from different places all around the world, but if what you're interested in is like evidence-based giving, that is a place that one could go. And an interesting question that I would pose here is, as we're generating more evidence together in Egypt, could we envision that sometime in the future there's like a GiveWell for Egypt that has evidence on the impact of different NGOs and the work that they've done and their absorptive capacity to take on more donations? Could be an interesting direction to try to head to. Okay, great. But with that, we will transition into our second panel following, I think, a very interesting and wide-ranging discussion on how and why to generate evidence, some examples of what government already has done using rigorous evaluations as well as qualitative evaluations, and some of the efforts under the Egypt Impact Lab to generate quite a lot more evidence. But in our second panel, we're going to shift to focus more on a sectoral deep dive. And here we're going to focus on specific questions and specific policies related to human capital development and women's empowerment. So national priorities, of course, from a policy perspective, are centering the question of how to build human capital, how to live better in terms of better health outcomes, better education, better livelihoods, and overall well-being. And in Egypt, there is in particular an additional focus within national priorities on girls and women's empowerment and on norms related to opportunities available for girls and women. And much of this is captured under some major national investments under the National Family Development Plan and Program that was discussed a bit earlier today. So I'm very pleased to introduce our wonderful panelists for this session. First, we'll hear from Dr. Bruno Crepon, who is the co-scientific director of JPAL MENA and a professor at NCI and École Polytechnique in Paris. Bruno is also the co-chair of JPAL's labor market sector. next we have Ms. Somaya Al-Alfi, who is the head of the Central Department for Planning and Follow-Up at the National Council for Childhood and Motherhood. And prior to joining the NCCM, Ms. Al-Alfi was the head of the Central Department for Social Welfare at the Ministry for Social Solidarity, so a wealth of experience that's relevant to the discussion today. And then our third panelist for this session is with us on Zoom, and I don't know if we'll see her on the screen, but we have Dr. Amira Tawadrous with us joining virtually, who is the director of the Demographic Center in Cairo, and she is also at the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, the coordinator of the National Project for the Development of the Egyptian Family, as well as being an associate professor of socio-computing at Cairo University. So we're very pleased to have this excellent group together, and we'll first open with Bruno sharing insights from the global evidence base on gender norms and human capital development for girls and women. Bruno, over to you. And again, a reminder for those who are interested in interpretation, the interpretation headsets are over at the booth on the side.
So thanks, Alison. It's great to be here. I'm very happy to share with you the results that we have obtained so far, running randomized experiments on human capital development and women empowerment. So gender equality is a fundamental human right. It's also important for sustainable development, but there are inequalities which remain in MENA. For example, in 2022, MENA had the second largest gender gap to close after South Asia. And in Egypt, women spend 9.5 hours of unpaid household chores for every hour spent by men. Last, 1 in 4 women in Egypt have experienced physical and or sexual intimate partner violence in Egypt. So gender norms are responsible for part of the gender gap. But gender norms are a complicated phenomenon. It can operate at different levels. It can operate at the self level, at the family level, and also at the society level. What we do when we run randomized experiments is that what we measure are attitudes, which are the notions that people hold about gender norms. And the mechanism that we consider can be at work is that when we change gender attitudes, this can result in shifting norms over time. Let me first share with you a first important result. Regardless of whether or not gender dynamics were considered in the program or research design, they may play a role in moderating or blocking intended impacts aimed at increasing women agency. Here are 2 examples. So first, in India, Ghana, and Sri Lanka, women who received capital assistance had a similar return to men in households with 1 business, but lower returns in households with multiple businesses. And the explanation for that is that when there are multiple businesses in the household, the financial resources received by women were shared and redirected to husband businesses. Another example, in Uganda, a combination of business training, grant, and support had no gain for women with poor relationships with their partners. Yet, women with good relationships doubled their incomes. But can gender norms be changed? Here is the first very interesting study. This is in Haryana, in India. Haryana is a state in which gender norms are very strong. And the program, which is called Breakthrough, targeted young adolescents in grades 7 and 8. It's a program that lasted for 2.5 years and which consisted of interactive classroom discussion, homework assignment, and activities. And the aim of the program was to change gender attitudes, girls' aspiration, and behaviors. So does it work? Actually, yes, it works very well. After 2.5 years, the students expressed more progressive gender attitude, and you see on the graph on the right the impact on the behavior. There was a set of questions which were asked to students about their behavior, and we summarize that into an index, and what you see is the impact of this index of the behavior of people. And in the green bar, you see that the impact is 0.32 standard deviations. This is a bit technical, but we consider 0.30 increase in standard deviation to be a large impact. And as you can see also on the graph, the impact is even larger for boys because the impact is 0.47. We will come back to this later because girls' aspiration is a very important aspect. But also that was a goal of the program. We didn't see any impact with this program on the girls' aspiration. Currently, the researchers are collecting, so those are short-term results, and currently the researchers are collecting data in order to measure the impact over long term to see whether those promising results are sustained over time. So here is another very interesting study which shows you the complexity of gender norms. This was in Saudi Arabia, a place in which gender norms are also very strong. And the study shows that while the majority of men declare that they support women working, they underestimate the level of support from other men. And when those men received accurate information on others' opinion, they often change their views on whether their wife should work outside the home. And more importantly, wives of those men were significantly more likely to have applied and interviewed for a job outside of the home. So this shows you that the barrier is not what husbands think about their wife participating in the labor market, but what they think the other thing. And the simple intervention was able to break this barrier. So let's turn now to mass media program. This is a tool that has been frequently used, but is it effective? It turns out that yes, there has been several studies measuring the impact of mass media campaign, and they have obtained positive results. Nevertheless, there are still a lot of parameters around the mass media campaign, and there is a lot still to learn about how to have those tools effective. So there are many examples. You have here some examples regarding violence against women, but I would like to focus on the last example, which is in Burkina Faso. A mass media campaign was launched to improve knowledge about contraceptive methods and to reduce misconceptions about their side effects. The results are very impressive. After the campaign, women were 20% more likely to use modern contraception, 32% more likely to attend family planning consultation, and 35% less likely to agree that contraceptive can make a woman sterile. So let's recap this first wave of results. And here are the key takeaways on gender norms and their applicability to Egypt. First, gender norm can moderate or even block the intended impacts of intervention to increase women's agency. So this has implications. In Egypt, norm may constrain program impacts, and therefore it's important to evaluate and possibly to rethink program designs in light of the influence of norms. Second, norm can change over time, and some intervention to change attitudes toward gender norm have been effective. For example, we have seen this example about classroom discussion in India, and we have seen that it improved gender attitude among adolescents in India. It would be worthwhile to consider testing such a program in Egypt. Also, mass media campaign changed attitude and reduced misconception. So this echoes, of course, all the work which is done currently in Egypt with the mass media campaign. So this certainly goes in the right direction, but nevertheless, it's important to recall that implementation details matter. Let's now turn to other topics such as education and women opportunity. Despite the progress in reducing the gender gap in education and employment in Egypt, there is room for further improvement. For instance, girls in Egypt are more likely to be illiterate, never attend schools or leave schools than boys, due to norms and domestic responsibilities. And 18.6% of women in Egypt participate in the labor market. Here are some barriers to education and employment. There are restrictive gender norms, gender-based violence, and for example, the issue of transportation, early marriage, and pregnancies, and also high opportunity cost in time, which is related to care responsibilities. So a first result is that program 8 at increasing school participation tend to help the disadvantaged gender the most. And so program increasing school participation will reduce the gender gap. And in most cases, as in Egypt, girls are the most disadvantaged gender, and therefore they will see more benefits from programs than boys. Let's consider first the cost of education. This is a study that was implemented in Kenya, and it consisted in providing free school uniform. It has impressive impact. It reduced dropout by 17%. It reduced the incidence of teen marriage by 20% and teen pregnancy by 17% among young girls. This finding suggests that schooling may help adolescents better process decisions and may shape fertility preferences. This also suggests that more education can increase adolescents' future earning and leading them to delay childbirth in order to earn higher wages. Let's turn now to something which is very important, which is the aspiration and the economic opportunities. Programs that strengthen beliefs about girls and young women's future economic opportunities can encourage them to delay marriage and childbearing. There are several examples of that. The first one is in India. Girls and women aged 15 to 21 in villages which were visited by recruiters were 13% less likely to have given birth 3 years later than girls and women in other villages which were not visited and exposed to the opportunities offered by the recruiters. Also, in the Dominican Republic, adolescents who completed a youth training program had more optimistic expectations about their future and thus delayed childbirth. This suggests something which is important. Building skills and enhancing expectation and employment opportunities for young women can change their career aspiration and cause delays in marriage and childbearing. Also important, in contexts where parents and others influence childbearing outcomes, programs should also involve those decision makers. In India, in the previous studies where villages were visited by recruiters, there was also impact on the parents. They changed their perception of their daughter's economic abilities, and they increased investment in their education in health. This suggests something which is important, that parental discussion around their daughter's educational and economic opportunity can be important determinant of their fertility outcomes. It is therefore an important direction for program. Last, childcare can help women enter and remain in the workforce. There is this idea that a lack of childcare may hinder women's labor force participation. There are several examples, for example, in Brazil, Kenya, Indonesia, and Chile, that providing free or subsidized childcare increase women labor force participation. In Brazil, for example, it was shown that this had long-lasting results. In Brazil, providing daycare for children 0 to 3 had lasting impacts on household income 4 to 7 years after the program was implemented, which tells a lot about the barriers that women can face. And also this program had long-term effect on grandparents, especially grandmothers, labor force participation. It's also worth to mention that childcare can have benefits beyond women's employment. and that encouraging early childhood stimulation can improve children's cognitive development. There is massive evidence on that. There are many evaluations which has been conducted in many places which have shown that programs promoting psychological stimulation can improve children's cognitive and or socio-emotional outcomes in the short run. In addition, those programs often have the largest gain for children who are most disadvantaged. In Jamaica, Bangladesh, Colombia, and China, for instance, short-term improvements in cognitive, linguistic, and motor developments were largest for stunt and underweight children or children living in poorer households. So what about Egypt? In Egypt, relieving childcare constraint only may be insufficient to allow women to work. The preliminary results that we have on an experiment that we have conducted in Egypt, in Cairo, find that childcare vouchers offered to women to encourage their employment were only taken up to a modest extent. Women also did not take up employment services provided. So this suggests that programs and policies to promote women's employment in Egypt, and particularly married women's employment, may need a large package of intervention to simultaneously tackle constraints beyond the cost of childcare and employment services. So let's recap. Here are the takeaway and applicability to Egypt. First, increasing educational and economic opportunities, building skills, and enhancing expectation for girls and young women can improve their career aspiration and cause delays in marriage and childbearing. In Egypt, programs that strengthen parents' belief about girls and young women's education and future economic opportunities can help change perception, encourage career aspiration, and contribute to family development. And last, childcare can help women enter the labor force and have positive impacts on early childhood development, thought addressing other constraints to women's employment is critical. Recognizing the inequality of care work distribution and shifting norms are important to improving female labor force participation, advancing gender equality, and promoting family development in Egypt. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Bruno. I think this is, to me, such a compelling and concise presentation of really so much. First, around the idea that norms actually can shift. First, that norms can have a negative effect on program implementation, which is worth being aware of, but also that norms can shift in a positive direction where there has been some debate. And with a lot of really interesting ideas for Egypt, and I'm excited to hear from our panelists on their views on some of those ideas and how we could incorporate them or how we already are, and on the importance of educational participation, but also aspirations and expectations around investments that girls and their families are making for them and for their future careers. And so I'm very glad that we can hear from two people who I think are actually like the best positioned in government to be able to engage directly with these ideas. So from the National Council for Childhood and Motherhood and from the National Program for the Development of the Egyptian Family. So I'm very, very eager to hear how you both, Dr. Amira and Ms. Sumaya, how you both are incorporating some of these things into the work that your organizations are doing already. And so I'll start with you, Sumaya. First, a key insight from Bruno is this idea that gender norms and attitudes can actually shift. And so I'd love to hear first from you, what is the National Council for Childhood and Motherhood doing to try to incorporate a focus on norms, either explicitly as a goal of a program or as a kind of incorporated element into a program that's taking place? From there, I'd invite you to go in a couple of different directions. We'd also love to hear what other evidence it would be helpful for you to have access to, maybe from us or from others, to help shape the direction of future programming at NCCM. And then I'd also love to hear from you which of the programs at NCCM you feel like especially enthusiastic about in terms of the potential for improving outcomes for mothers and for children. So I'll hand it over to you to tackle those set of questions.
Thank you, Alison, and thank you for the invitation for the NCCM. At the beginning, I want to complete on the speech of Dr. Bruno when he talking about the experience of different countries and Egypt about to empower the girls. And I want to add it here, the NCCM is caring about put the strategy and the planning and follow up the work of the ministries, different ministries, according to the files of the childhood and motherhood. From this rule, we caring about the girls and to take the gender equality in our work and all of our programs, but we focusing on the empowerment that girls from such programs like DAWI initiatives, and this is the biggest one. We working on it with the National Council for Women and Unicef. And we started in the beginning alone, and the women enjoy for us. This is initiatives reach to more of 100,000 girls in different places in Egypt, in 20 governorates in Egypt. Especially if we know we have a large number of the girls in Egypt. We approximately have 26 million of girls under 24 years. And when we're talking about the children, we will find we have more of 41 child in Egypt. I think half of them of girls. So this is one of our initiatives, and it's focusing on build the capacities of the girls through the camps and meetings and activities, how to can express themselves, and also how to talk about themselves, how to define about their rights, and not just working with the girls, but also with the families also, because we know that most of the obstacles come from the community, from the families, so we working with the families also. And lastly, we added some boys, because we find not enough to work with the girls. It's very important to try to reach these messages to boys also, especially in the rural area. And also you have another program caring about the girls. It's a program about to support and protect the adolescents. And this is a new project. It's working 2 years ago. And we caring to have the girls basically in our work and our activities, and they make a difference in the behavior of the boys in the program. When you find the same place, both of them, we will find the boys do by gently way and listen. And I want to tell here, through this project, we find, these boys, the adolescents, they call them a Z generation. They have a special characters. So we will work with them because they're thinking by a different way about the generations before them. They said for us their opinion about the education and the teachers and the mothers and the fathers and media and services, and they have يعني a new vision. They refuse everything, and they have opinions about what we have, the government have to do, especially in something like education. It's very important file. They said this way which they working in the education, it's very old, it's very bad. We cannot carry it. We need education by playing, by internet, by they have a new vision. So it's very important to hear for them. Also, we have the third program for caring about the gender, also the FGM program. This is a program we will implement it with many partners, with Unicef, of course, and the National Council for Women, the Ministry of Health, the National Council for Population, all of us working on this project. I think this is very important, and the last statistics about this issue find it we have reduced in the numbers, and this is very good about this situation. Especially, this is one of the most يعني violence of participation, يعني practice with women in Egypt. So this is about the gender equality and the girls, but also the NCCM working on two levels when he care about the issue of the children in Egypt. One of it to coordinate with another ministries and institutions and NGOs and UN organizations. All of this in the level of the strategy and the action plan for the childhood and motherhood in Egypt. And in the same time, we have the system of the protection, or the only system of the protection for the children in Egypt through the helpline 16,000. It's working for all the weeks, all the time, and they receive the calls from anybody, from the child, from the family, from somebody in the street, find some violence against children. They working for 24 hours. And this is, I think, is a very important tool, not just talking about the protection of the children, but the way to help actually for the children. We received approximately 15,000 calls in a year. يعني most of them not a violence, but most of them asking from the mothers and fathers how to deal with their children. This is very big idea. And also we try to stop many of the cases of child marriage before to happen, because we have a contact with protection committees which in all the governorates in Egypt. This is assistant for the child helpline also. This system of the protection for the children, working with the NGOs on the ground. We have 250 NGOs working with it on the ground in the 27 governorates in Egypt, and also with the committees, the protection committees for childhood in the governorates. So we have this link between them to be sure we can reach for any child needs a protection in any time. Because the committees, most of them working at until 3 or 4 o'clock, but the NGOs working in forever, in any time. Yani they can go at the morning, in the last of night, in any place to care about the children which in streets or which in violence. So this is one of a very important program, and we care also about the participation of the children. So we have the Forum of the Egyptian Child. This is we established in 17 governors until now. This is the forum from the children themselves. We build their capacities and train them and select them in elections between big numbers, and most of them from public schools. And they working how to help the children and their situation in their governorates. And we give them the access to the governor themselves, to contact with them to reach their complaints or problems, and they working to build the capacities for another children in their governorates. This is kind of the participation very important for the children, especially they are coming by the election. We train them how make this through the campus and through the play, through the activities, not lectures or something like this. Also, we have a program with the families of the children with disabilities, and we're talking about it, and also a program about the awareness for a family about the problems of their children, and we have units to psychological support for the families and the children, and also okay, enough. Okay, it's okay. Okay, okay. How the evidence can support our work? I think it's very important for to choose the right approach, focusing on the priorities for our work. To have these tools, it will help, and also in our observatory in NCCM, it will be support also for the child helpline to know about some issues about the violence, about the families. I think this is very important. What I want to focus on it, this is the priorities for the NCCM, especially for the program like the children with disabilities. It can help us how to aware the families by how to deal with their children, and also what kind of the service the country can give it to them to support their role with the children. And the final point about the poverty alleviation, we had a good project about poverty alleviation through get the official paper for the children and their families, and access them for the service in the community and in the country in the same time. And through this project, we implemented this project with the Italian cooperation. I think we service more of 280,000 persons in Upper Egypt by this way, it was very benefit for the families and for the children. Thank you. I'm so sorry for our time.
Terrific, thank you. I think there's so much there that I hope we can get into more in discussion, but the idea of using evidence and generating evidence is not actually a one or the other, but often a very iterative thing, and something that I hear from many of the programs that the National Council for Childhood and Motherhood is running is that there are programs that sound like they actually do have a strong basis in some of these insights from the global evidence, and that also might benefit from additional evaluation to understand the unique benefits of some of the adolescent protection programs or the Dawiya program that's working, you know, with girls and boys and families. And you pointed out in terms of where evidence can be helpful, it sounds like it can be helpful at a number of different levels, from things like just administrative data analysis. What are the top types of issues that are coming in through the helpline? That's not impact evaluation, but that's really useful, you know, data to generate, to analyze. And then what are maybe the global evidence-informed ideas that could help to tackle some of those issues that come up, or perhaps we should, you know, evaluate some of those new approaches ourselves. So I think there are a lot of potential areas that we could be working together on many of those. Next, I hope Amira, Dr. Amira, we still have you with us on the line, and I don't know if we'll get to see your face up on the screen, but I'd like to turn over next to you. Oh, terrific. Hi. Wow, you're
Hi.
You're
Can
larger
you hear
than
me
life
now?
here. Yes, we can hear you well. So, Amira, as I was listening to Bruno's reflections on some of the ideas for Egypt, several of them really resonated with me with some of the things I know that you are focused on in terms of thinking about, you know, first and foremost, delaying childbearing, thinking about, you know, family size questions, thinking about economic opportunities for women and the relationship that has to family size, and some of the norms shifting related to gender. So would love to hear from you first, any reactions to the presentation from Bruno and ideas that's surfacing for you on ways that these insights could be incorporated into your work on the national program. And then concretely, if you could share with us some of the particular aspects of the national project that you are especially excited about and that you think will have the potential to significantly, you know, reduce fertility outcomes in Egypt.
Yeah, thank you, Alison. I want to check if you hear me, because the image is freezed now for me. I can't see you.
We can hear you well, and we can see you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for your kind invitation, and I'm so sorry for not being able to be physically existing. And as you know, I do care so much about being with you today, but it was just an accidental health issues. Because I'm keen to be with you, so I decided to be with you today online instead of being physically there. But actually, I thank you so much for your kind invitation and for letting me participate every time in this very fruitful work. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Bruno for his very informative presentation and work. I myself, I was very delighted with the results that Dr. Bruno has presented, because I think it's very relevant to what we are doing in the national project or the national program for the development of Egyptian families. And as you asked about which pillars can be benefiting from these results or from this study, I think all the pillars of the project. We have 5 main pillars in the national program for the development of Egyptian family. The first and the most important pillar is the economic empowerment for women, and this was based on some studies that some research that we have made prior to putting the plan or the executive plan of the project. The research says that whenever you empower women economically, by default, the use of contraceptives will increase, and the tendency to have less children and to distance between the children will increase automatically, because when women have the ability to have their own finance or to be financially independent, and also there will be another income getting into the family. So all these aspects encourage women to think twice before having or before making the decision to have another child or another baby. So women economic empowerment is one of the most important pillars in the project of or the national program for family development. So the results here are very important, and they abide to the goals of the project. Another pillar which is very important in the project is the services pillar. And in the services and the reproductive health services pillar, I talked about the economic empowerment, and the economic empowerment pillar, we target increasing the demand on contraceptives. Indirectly, but we increase the demand on contraceptives. But what about the supply of contraceptives? So in the services pillar, we apply for, or we provide the main services that enhance the supply and the supply of contraceptives in one way, and in another way enhances the health services in general. So there will be many interventions in this regard, and one of these interventions is providing nurseries, subsidized or even with very low prices. And these nurseries will be under the supervision of MOS, the Ministry of Social Solidarity. So it will be under the supervision of the government, and this is why it will be very subsidized or very low in price. Nursery is very important, or providing nurseries is very important, because, as Dr. Bruno said, it's one of the enabling environment for women in order to go to work, because one of the concerns women have in going to outside the home and going to work or have her own work is the child care. How can I care for my children, which they already exist? I have children now, so I need child care for these children. So nurseries will enable or act as enabler for the economic empowerment pillar as well. So we have economic empowerment pillar, we have services pillar, and some of these services act as enablers for the economic empowerment pillar as well. And the third pillar, which is very important here in regard to gender norms, if we are talking about gender norms, is the cultural and awareness pillar. It's very important pillar, because if you don't change the perceptions and attitudes toward women empowerment, toward combating violence against women and domestic violence and violence against the children as well. Also to change the perceptions or the misconceptions about contraceptives and the use of contraceptives and whether they cause women sterile or not, and so on. There are many misconceptions here in Egypt and gender norms that may challenge or prohibit achieving the goal of the project. So we need to do special effort in this pillar, because it's one of the most important pillar. And and I agree with Dr. Bruno when he say that gender rules and also awareness in general or culture in general can either enhance or prohibit or devastate what you are doing or what policies you are taking as a government. So I think the three pillars abide with what we are saying in this panel, because both or the three pillars need the evidences that we have heard a while ago from Dr. Bruno, and also it needs much more study and much more research on the Egyptian case. I think the three pillars are very wide place to do all our research in this field. Regarding the impact of high fertility rate on children in Egypt, the main aim or the main goal of the National Program for Development of Egyptian Families is to enhance the quality of life. And we say that in order to enhance the quality of life, you have to control population growth. So the main aim is not to control the population growth. Controlling population growth and controlling children fertility rate or women fertility rate, in order to control this, we need to control this in order to provide high quality of living to the Egyptian people and the Egyptian family in general. So the main target here is to have a high quality of life, or to raise the quality of life. So whenever there are high fertility rates, whenever the family has many children, it's very logic that the children will not have their rights in education, their rights in raising or taking care of them. You will be able to take care of 1 or 2 children at most, but when they are 3, you will be less able to take care of them. When they are 4, when they are 5, and so on. So it will be impossible to take care of all of them. So this is one of the children rights. So for the first time, we look at fertility rates and population growth in Egypt from a developmental approach or perspective, and also human rights perspectives. It's the right of the children, it's the right to have a good education, their right to have good health services as well, and the right to have good opportunity for work when they are graduated. So in order to give them or to promote them with their rights, we need to control fertility rates, because fertility rates affect all these things and all these rights. So yeah, thank you so much, and I hope I answered some of your questions.
Terrific. Dr. Amira, thank you very much. And indeed, I think it is quite exciting that kind of the thoughtful theory that underlies the design of the National Program for the Development of the Egyptian Family, and some of the really interesting and innovative programs that you and your team and many others across government are actually designing and implementing to try to accomplish these goals. Looking ahead to the Egypt Impact Lab and many of the discussions that we've been having, I think as you pointed out, there's ample opportunity for us to be learning about the impact of many of these innovations in Egypt, building on many of the lessons that Bruno already spoke about. So hopefully over the rest of this week, we'll be able to develop some exciting new evaluation ideas there. So now I would like to, maybe, Bruno, I don't know if you have any comments that you want to offer immediately. If so, you're welcome to jump in. Otherwise, would like to welcome questions for our panelists from the audience. So if you have a question, if you could raise your hand and microphones will come to you. Please identify yourself before asking your question. I see 1, 2 in the middle, and then 3 and 4 over here. Let's see how we're doing on time. And then I know we're also live streaming, and I don't know if we're getting any questions from the live stream audience. If so, I'll keep an eye on my WhatsApp in case there are any other questions coming in. But first over here to Frederica, I'll get started with you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Frederica Meyer. I'm the representative of UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund. Thank you very much for your presentations, quite insightful and very interesting. My main question is to Dr. Bruno, and particularly to the Haryana study. We know that Haryana is a very strong patriarchal society, and you said that the boys were greater impacted by the dialogues in school than the girls. Could you elaborate a little bit on this impact of the impact on boys? And particularly, you looked at attitudes, but have you also looked at what change in behavior you saw in the boys, because changing the attitude is something, but do we also see change in behavior or change in practice particularly? Also, I'm very interested to hear from Dr. Bruno. Have you looked at what are the most cost-effective interventions to move the needle in social norms more in favor of the women? What have there been globally some good practices on moving the needle particularly? Then on girls and fertility, etc. We know that girls who stay in education, indeed, we see the fertility going down. But have you also correlated it to quality of education? Have you looked at what kind of quality is given to the girls and the boys, and how this relates to girls? Because we see a lot of girls are dropping out of school because the education is often not relevant to them. So how can we strengthen those kind of issues? And another issue is also that poverty is a very important driver for school dropout and child marriage. Have we also looked at that one? Quite a set of questions to you, and particularly to women empowerment and looking at girls. Lastly, to Dr. Somaya, I'm happy also to announce that together with Dalwi, we also have the Noura program, and we are currently working, and the Noura program is also a girls empowerment program, which is a 40-week program, and we're trying to see now how we can integrate these two programs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Christine Safwat, Executive Director of Educate Me Foundation. And we mainly focus on working in educational development, primarily in public schools and community schools here in Egypt. Thank you so much for the insightful presentations. I have several questions actually, but I'll just drill them down to one for the sake of time, to Dr. Bruno. My question is regarding the last two case studies that you mentioned regarding the relationship of offering childcare versus the labor for the women in the workforce. The first case study you mentioned that when we offered childcare, actually this gave an opportunity for women to join the workforce. Versus in the Egyptian context, it was not the only solution, and we had to offer several other solutions like education and basic skills and so on. So my question to you is, I'd love to hear your views around, and maybe if Ms. Sumaya and of course Dr. Amira, if you also have insights regarding that, what is different from those contexts to our Egyptian context that makes this the case? Why does it seem so complex? What is different about our society? If you have any views around that, what is different about the Egyptian women? I'd love to hear your insights, both from Dr. Bruno and, of course, from the rest of the panelists. Thank you very much.
Hi. Actually, I would like to thank all the panelists for the great presentation. Oh, sorry, I'm Sarah Ibrahim from the United States Agency for International Development. I work in the Economic Growth Office, Agriculture team. And actually listening to Dr. Bruno's presentation about the case study in Saudi Arabia really refreshes my mind the true women in rural communities. Because actually, the biggest barrier we have that even when we convince parents that, for instance, FGM is a bad thing to do to your child, they are afraid of the judgment of the community for their daughters. And how to break this barrier. I'd like to know more, to hear from you, Mr. Bruno, Dr. Bruno, about this. And the other question about the contraception, I think the availability of it in the Egyptian market is really hard, and it's high cost. So what ideas do we have to make it more accessible or approachable? I mean, it's hard for rural women to control our family plan. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you so much. There's some very rich questions there. And I love the question askers who have multiple questions within their questions. So Bruno, maybe we can start with you. Many of those questions were directed to you. Take them in the order that you please, and then we'll go to Sumaya and Amira for their thoughts as well.
Thanks so much for all those questions. So I will try to take them one by one if I can find a convincing answer. So first question was about Ariana and why the impact is larger for boys than girls, and whether it's just a change in attitudes. Actually, maybe I went a bit too quickly on the results. So the program was supposed to address several aspects. The first aspect is change in attitudes. The second aspect is behavior, so what you asked about. And the last one is aspiration. So the result is that change in attitudes were observed significantly, but also on behavior. And there was a set of questions which was asked to each participant. And what is then it's measured is an index or a summary of all those behavior. But this includes behavior related, for example, to chores. And the impact was, as you have seen, larger for boys than for girls. But I would say that in terms of behavior, probably they start from not exactly the same point. Because probably already in their age, the behavior and how they take into account for chores is larger for girls than for boys. So it's quite normal to observe a larger impact on boys. So that's for the first question. Then about cost effectiveness, this is a very good question, but I have the feeling that it might be a bit too early in order to answer this question. We have been able to address this type of question, for example, through education, because we have already tested a lot of intervention in education, starting with conditional cash transfer and going up to deworming. So we have had a large range of explored a lot of areas, for example, also building schools, which was very effective in Afghanistan. But it's after trying many different aspects that possible intervention that you are able to sort out which are the most effective. And I think, I have the feeling that for gender norms, it's still a bit early in order to then you had a question about dropout. Oh, sorry, I can't remember. Oh, for the because the education they receive is not relevant to them. That was the question. The curriculum is not relevant to them.
But did you also correlate it with the quality of education? Did you look at different kind of schools? And what kind of schools did girls continue, and what were the reasons for them to drop out? Because that's extremely important to look at the reasons for dropout of girls. I mean, yes. If we look at social norms.
No, I think I don't have the answer to the question. Maybe it's a very good question. It's a very good question, but I don't. So there has been studies related to looking at the cost of education and whether it improved the dropout, but about the quality, I can't. I have that on the top of my mind now. But that's a very good question. That's a very good. And the last question was about poverty and impacts. So this is also a very interesting question. I have the feeling that for the moment we have been able to explore average treatment effect, but what we see, and this was probably with studies which were of sufficient scale to learn about the average impact. Now I have the feeling that we find that impact are also very heterogeneous. But we are still at the beginning about learning of the impact, because this is more complicated to learn about the differential impact with this aspect. But this is certainly a very important dimension. And probably we can expect that all those programs are the most effective for people who are the poor. But I don't have evidence on
Bruno, maybe I can add one on that point. I know of one evaluation in Bangladesh that was looking at exactly this question of the fact that it can often be like an economic pressure that could push a family into agreeing to an early marriage for their daughter. And so researchers in the JPAL network looked at offering basically like a financial subsidy that was essentially attached to delaying marriage commitments for their daughters. And it was linked to, I think, a quantity of like cooking oil, which in the context of an extremely low-income household is significant, improvement. And what they did find was that offering that incentive did delay and reduce incidence of child marriage. So there's at least one evaluation looking at that. And Bruno, do you want to pick up on any of the other questions or hand over to?
There was a question also about child care
nurseries, yeah.
and why it's the Egypt and important. So actually, this is the reason why it's so important to test program. And can directly adapt program from one. Oh, sorry. The situation is very different from one place to the other, and this goes to what was said in the previous panel. It's very important to go in the field to measure what are the needs, to understand what could be the impact of the intervention in advance, in order to design the best intervention. So as to, and then after that you can do the evaluation. So what we have done was to measure what is the impact in Cairo, but now we are trying a new intervention, which is that we develop with the Ministry of Social Solidarity and the Southwest Fund for Social Development, in which we want to explore what are the constraints, more generally, what are the constraints. And one thing that we are considering now is to examine whether there is an issue also about gender norms and women empowerment, which tells that there is not, this is a bit what we put in the slide, that there is not just one constraint, which is the barrier for women participating in the labor market, but there are several constraints. And we need to explore all those different constraints. And the interventions that we consider now will try to address a package of different constraints. Thanks a lot for all your questions.
Excellent. Okay, so I know Dr. Amira wanted to pick up and answer, I think, some of the second and third questions that came up, and then Sumaya, if you want to jump in on any of them. Please go ahead, Amira.
So thank you. Regarding the third question about the contraceptives, one of the interventions of the program, the national project, is that the contraceptives are totally with zero cost. So any person in Egypt, all over Egypt, if she wants to get contraceptive from one of the venues of the Ministry of Health, she can take it without any charge. So this was one of the decisions of the Minister of Health in person, and this was one of the interventions of the national project for family development. Outside the clinics of the Ministry of Health, we have other clinics under the supervision of MOS as well, the Ministry of Social Solidarity, and these clinics will fill the gap in the areas where the coverage of the units under the supervision of the Ministry of Health is too low. So we find that some units, some health units and some health clinics under the supervision of the Ministry of Health, their coverage is not high, so they can't cover the overall areas. So we gathered these places, and then we give like a list with these places to the Ministry of Social Solidarity in order to build clinics from NGOs in these areas, so to fill the gap in this coverage of health units. So also the clinics under the supervision of the Ministry of Social Solidarity will also be granted these contraceptives out of charge, with no charge at all. So this was one question. Another question about the Egyptian case, or the speciality of the Egyptian case in gender norms. This is a very important question, and it's very important also to address gender norms from the Egyptian context, because one of the cases we found that an old study found that there is like a village or place or center in Egypt. It's not a governorate, but it's a smaller unit. It's like a city or village. We found that there is a high decline in the usage of contraceptives. Despite all the efforts that have been made in this area, and despite that the contraceptives are free of charge. So when studying the case of this special village, we find that this village is one of the most villages in Egypt exporting labor outside Egypt. So the men or the husbands usually go abroad to work abroad outside Egypt. So there are some conventions and norms that the wife shall not use contraceptives while her husband is traveling abroad, because this means that she's not with her husband, so she is with another man if she uses the contraceptive. So this is one misconception and one misunderstanding of the reproductive health. This leads that women are ashamed to go to clinics and to have contraceptives because their husbands are abroad. So in this case, the husband come suddenly in like a vacation or leave from his work, and they become pregnant. So this was one reason that it was unexpected, and it's mainly and purely about culture. So here we need, as I said in my remark, we need dedicated studies, cultural studies for the Egyptian context, especially in the gender norms and contraceptives or reproductive health norms as well, because we have many misconceptions and misunderstanding, and this have to be addressed. Another aspect in the Egyptian society as well, if you ask any person if there are scarce work opportunities, would you prefer to grant this work opportunity for a man or a woman? Most or the majority of them will say, I would prefer to grant this job opportunity for a male, not a female, because there are scarce opportunities. So, and by the way, the respondents were women. So even women say that men should have higher priority to access work opportunities than women. So this is another gender norm, or this is another example of gender norms and conventions in the Egyptian context. So if we dig more and if we make more research, we will find more and more gender norms and conventions that can prohibit the efforts done by the government and the NGOs and the international organizations as well in the aspect of family development. So these are the second and third question, because I think they are somehow related to the national project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Amira. And now I'll hand it over to Sumaya for the last word on this panel before we wrap up for lunch.
Shukran. I want to join to Dr. Amira. When we're talking about most of our problems, the social problems, it's coming from the culture, the society culture, the change in the society culture. So I think the country, they done their job caring about the issue of gender and empower the women and support them and by laws, by projects. and also try to work with the children, but we need to back to the basics. We need to talk to the men, to do their work. We're talking all the time about takaful ukarama for women, and to try to empower the women, and the women take care of the children, and the women have the transfer money, and all of the women have a lot, really. We need to back to give the man his role. His role. We carry them roles, and they stay in a good situation to show us, to show the problems. And we face all of this and try to solve it. And now we're thinking this is our problem. No, we have to share the work, the family, the caring of the children. This is a culture issue. We need to focus on it in our work in the future, in the study, in the surveys, in the questionnaires, in all of this, because we have bad situation here. Many of the men are working in some slum areas, like Manshiet, Nasser, Duia, some of it. Some of the men married from 3 and 4 women, and he not work, and they working for him and get the money to spend on him and the children also. And some of them brought the cigarettes and the drug for him, and he stay at home. This is extreme picture, but we have a problem. We need from the media, from all the institution work with men on to go to carry their roles. Please, in all of the problems, the family planning, the economic situation, the education of the children, all of this, the women now carry a lot of they can carry. Sorry, shukran.
Thank you very much, Samaya, for that, I think, passionate last word. So to just very briefly wrap up, I think some of what's emerged from here is the importance of starting really with good qualitative research. What is the picture? What is unique to the kind of realities of social norms and of gender norms here in Egypt? And then to design programs from there, which is already happening, especially in your 2 institutions. That's where the global evidence-informed ideas can come in to help generate some ideas that you can use in program design. But then we need to go beyond that probably and actually do some testing and do some evaluation and learning and kind of an iterative learning cycle here as well. So look forward to hopefully working with you on those efforts. Thank you all very much for your excellent questions. We're going to now break for lunch, and let us make this about a 35-minute lunch. We will reconvene here for our 3rd and final panel on rural development and financial inclusion at 4:15 sharp. So look forward to seeing you again shortly. And thank you to our panelists. Thank you. We'll get started in a moment, so if you'd like to find your seats, that will allow us to get started again in just a few minutes. All right. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch and nice conversations with new colleagues and new friends, and talking about interesting things related to evidence generation and gender norms with some of what I heard over lunch. So welcome back for our final session of the day. I'm glad to moderate this discussion on two things that are, perennial policy issues and areas of focus here in Egypt. One being financial inclusion, and the other being rural development. And we have an excellent team of panelists here to comment on these issues today. As most of us know, the major Haya Karima national investment is working to try to support the development of some of the least connected villages across the country, leading to kind of major new programming and interesting innovations related to rural development. And so how can we be learning from some global insights to help inform some of the design of those programs, and what are the innovative things that the Ministry of Planning and many other partners are working on across the country on that? And similarly, in financial inclusion, MENA has been leading the way in trying to innovate in expanding the access to finance, and in thinking about financial product design to try to meet the needs of micro and small and medium businesses, and has learned a great deal along the way, including working together in partnership on evaluating many of their programs. So I think we're poised for another really insightful and interesting discussion with these panelists. And so like last time, we'll open it up with a discussion about the global evidence before we turn to our panelists for comments on how these ideas are showing up in their work, how some of the global evidence can inform program design here, and where priorities for new learning come in. So I'll briefly introduce our panelists before we get started. So starting from my far left, Dr. Jeremy Magruder is a JPAL-affiliated professor and an associate professor in the Department of Agriculture and Resource Economics at the University of California at Berkeley. He also oversees one of the largest competitive funds to fund impact evaluations in the agriculture space, so has great insight on this whole body of research. But he also works on employment and unemployment across low and middle income countries, labor market policies and labor demand, as well as the factors that influence firm growth. We're also glad to have him here, as we are with Bruno, to serve as lecturers for the course that's taking place here over the next several days. Next, we have Dr. Jameel Hilmi, who is an assistant minister for monitoring affairs at the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development here in Egypt. And he is also the general supervisor of the National Project for Rural Development, or Haya Karima, and the head of programs and performance-based planning unit at the ministry. So he has tons of spare time, obviously, and his expertise is really relevant to our discussion today, to the work that we're doing under the Egypt Impact Lab looking ahead. And to my immediate left, we have engineer Tariq Sheish, who is the Deputy Executive Director and Head of Planning and International Cooperation at MENA. He is a graduate of Cairo University with both his bachelor's and master's degree, and he's had many positions at the Social Fund for Development going back many years, and then converting into MENA more recently. And significant to our conversation, he chairs MENA's committee to oversee the implementation of the economic development and job opportunities aspects of Haya Karima. So looking forward to the conversation with you all this afternoon. And first, we'll hand it over to Jeremy for an overview on the global evidence.
One red? There, good. Thanks for this introduction and the opportunity to be here and present. Thanks everyone for making the long trip back from lunch at the end of the day. I just wanted to start out, finance is sort of widely seen, I think, very naturally as fundamental to the process of alleviating poverty and economic development. It doesn't take a lot to construct a theory of change where having access to resources will make the poor much better off. But we might think that in particular, two sets of explanations would become really important and might explain why credit itself is sort of fundamental to the problem of poverty. One is that the poor face great income risk, and in particular income risk at very low margins, where that risk needs to be valued tremendously. Access to credit can help smooth that risk. And the second, of course, is the possibility of something like a poverty trap, a situation where just having a lack of access to resources prevents the poor from realizing opportunities that could make them much better off. There might be a variety of reasons why there are market failures related to access to credit. What's convenient is that this is a situation in which it's in some sense sort of easy to innovate. It's easy to introduce credit in the sense that we know what a viable credit product looks like, and it is a place where we can sort of very easily imagine what the solution to this problem is. If there's a problem is a lack of credit, we should extend more credit. When we do that, we might well anticipate a variety of outcomes to improve. We might anticipate that people will be able to manage their risk and cope with shocks more effectively, that they'll be able to smooth consumption so they won't have periods where they eat very little and periods where they have more than they need. We might imagine that they start investing in new technologies. Having access to extra credit or resources can allow someone to both take on the risk from a new investment and also, upfront the cash to make that investment, as well as investments in things like durables and housing that may not be business investments but may nonetheless lead to big welfare outcomes. So those are all things that we can measure easily, and sort of in the spirit of today, this is a context where I don't want to say it's easy to design an evaluation for a high quality evidence base, but compared to a lot of other problems, credit is a case where it's fairly easy. And we might expect the impact from credit to be an increase in income and an improvement in well-being. Now we have some evidence from, this is not RCT evidence, but we have some high quality evidence from India and Mexico that as credit becomes extended more and more to the rural poor, we start to see poverty going down. That evidence base is from formal credit offered through banks. One other sort of data point that's important to realize is that while most adults in the world have access to banks across the world, that varies a lot in different places. And it varies both across countries and within countries. It's particularly low for people who live in rural areas and for women. And so why is that? Well, partly that's access to banks. There are fewer banks in rural areas than there are in urban ones. I think there are probably some issues related to account ownership as well. But I think it's worth noting that if we're interested in the problem of solving poverty, we're interested in the problem of helping rural areas, or we're interested in gender equity, banking is probably a natural place to be looking. And it's sort of worth noting that the MENA region has a particularly large gender gap in account ownership across regions of the world. In Egypt in particular, account ownership has been increasing. It increases from 10% to 27% of adults in the past decade, but that's still a pretty low rate of account ownership. So participation in the formal financial sector is not tremendously high. Because there are a lot of people in Egypt, it's part of one of the 7 countries with a lot of people that together collect about half of the unbanked population. The other thing worth noting is, so these numbers, whether they're large or not, we can debate, but these are the numbers that actually own an account. Owning an account may be very different from using one regularly. And so when we think about the space for expanding the provision of financial services, it may be quite large. There are a number of efforts to promote financial inclusion in Egypt right now. Currently, the government of Egypt is making efforts through extending low-interest credit to microenterprises, through investing in digital transformation and infrastructure, and through supporting financial inclusion initiatives targeting women. And so what I've been asked to talk today about is JPEL's evidence base on more than 300 randomized evaluations on financial inclusion, so we can hopefully integrate some insights from that into future priorities here. The first one, and I'll say in a slide in just a second, there's actually a very consistent sort of bird's eye view of what happens when you offer credit to people that seems to be remarkably consistent across countries. But when you narrow down on it, the consistent theme is going to be that different people respond to credit in different ways, and that tailoring the credit product to specifically fit the needs of the population that it's serving makes for a huge difference in how it's taken up, how it's used, and whether it impacts incomes in the long run. And where this insight has sort of come out of has been a handful of studies on traditional microcredit, which are remarkably consistent. This first bullet point is from 7 randomized evaluations that span Morocco to Ethiopia to Mongolia to India, and I'm blanking on where the other 3 were. I think 2 of them might have been in India, so I might only be missing 2. What they show systematically, and actually remarkably systematically, is that when you offer microcredit to a new population that hasn't previously had a lot of access to it, you see something like 15 to 30% of households take it up. Those households invest a minority of that microcredit in business opportunities and agricultural inputs if they're in a rural area. They may be doing something with it in terms of consumption, but on average, long-term consumption doesn't change very much. Although individual financial choices are better managed, people are able to smooth the risk and avoid some of these very needy periods. That's what I said in the sense that the bird's eye view is remarkably consistent, and it's a little bit discouraging given how direct the pathway from credit to financial growth seems like it ought to be. What I think it hides is some really important heterogeneity and sort of the need to really think carefully about who a financial product is for and what you want it to do, because people are doing lots of different things with financial products. And one of the other things that comes out quite consistently is that people that are used to using financing to invest in business opportunities use microcredit to invest in new business opportunities and see their businesses grow. In particular, people with larger pre-existing or already profitable businesses, when they have access to microcredit, see their profits expand. So what microcredit is not doing is bringing in people that were previously not business owners and making them business owners. What it's doing is some people borrow for microcredit for consumption purposes. Other people own businesses are used to thinking about investment opportunities and use the microcredit for new investments. This has been replicated in a couple of studies in Egypt as well. One nice study these are both brand new. I actually don't think the paper exists for the second one yet. But these are sort of 2 brand new from here that show that when they sort of offer credit to people, in fact, even as big of a change as just making it a grant as opposed to a loan doesn't really affect what happens to how people spend it. What matters is if you're the sort of person that runs a profitable business that is likely to have access to good investment opportunities, and those people see a big expanse in income when they have access to credit. That's sort of related both to the first study is referring to things like their education and age. The second one is even some more sort of advanced psychometric measures that sort of predict success. People that are likely to have access to good investment opportunities are the ones that seem to use credit in a way that suggests they're investing it effectively. The other thing I sort of wanted to highlight is that the studies I highlighted so far are all very traditional microcredit projects. Those products have a pretty conventional structure where the loans are meant to be repaid in small increments, kind of regularly. They're offered at a sub-market interest rate. It's not entirely obvious that these products are very well designed with farmers in mind. And so if we think about moving into the rural space, we might wonder about that quite a bit. Why is that? Well, for one thing, the group membership model that many microcredits operate under involves sort of splitting risk between people in the same group. People in the same group probably live in the same place, and farmers in the same place tend to have negative shocks at exactly the same point in time. So this idea of sharing the risk within the group is maybe not the most intuitive for that group. Beyond that, the other 2 bullet points here refer to the timing of the agricultural cycle. Agricultural inputs are applied largely at the beginning of an agricultural season, and then profits are realized at the end. That sort of suggests that you would want a credit product that reflects that seasonality, where you could repay when at harvest as opposed to conventionally throughout the entire cycle. It's actually more complicated than that, because at harvest is the worst time to sell your crop, because everyone has a crop at the same point in time. And so prices are particularly low right then. And so an even more sophisticated product may do even better. For the purposes of this sort of talk, it's just worth highlighting people in rural areas are more vulnerable to shocks. They have lower financial inclusion rates. And so finding the right product, and part of that is likely due to the fact that the sort of conventional products that are offered to them are just not very well tailored to their needs. And we have sort of a handful of studies, a handful of evaluations at this point that are starting to show evidence that tailoring is exactly what is necessary. There's a nice study in Zambia that timed loans to provide farmers with cash or food between harvests. What that allowed in the Zambian context is particularly poor farmers would spend a lot of their time during the labor-needy parts of the agricultural cycle working on each other's farms and neglecting their own. Providing access to credit during that time period allowed them to move their labor back onto their own farm and invest more in inputs. And they see large take-up, particularly compared to the conventional microfinance rates that we talked about earlier, as well as agricultural output rising. Similarly, in Mali, we see smallholders offers loans repayable after harvest, investing much more in inputs before planting. I'll say a bit more about this Kenyan study in a second, the first one, and then the second one is meant to deal with exactly this cycle, which is that storage loans timed to the harvest cycle see a 71% take-up and a huge return on investment. In this particular case, that return is realized because it allows farmers to avoid selling their maize crop immediately at harvest and instead sell it sometime later when the prices are higher. I wanted to mention that the first Kenyan study here, the other sort of core financial product that's of relevance to farmers is insurance. Farm income is very risky, and in particular in places where rain-fed agriculture predominates, the weather is quite hard to predict in advance and an important input to agricultural output. There's a nice study in Ghana that sort of suggests that credit and insurance are kind of comparable, and if anything, insurance was more important in this population. Both of them lead to some increase in agricultural investment. Now, I'll mention the study is a little bit unusual in that this was a sort of conventional index insurance product, so a product that pays farmers when rainfall is particularly poor in this part of Ghana. And what's unusual about it is that farmers in this part of Ghana really demanded this product, and often farmers only demand sort of a conventional product like that at very subsidized rates. And sort of speaking to that is what happened in this product in Kenya, where farmers were allowed to purchase insurance where they could only make the payments at harvest. And so this was able to be done sort of leveraging a really unique aspect of this environment where these farmers were all sugar farmers that worked for a single and opportunistic buyer. And so as a result of that, the buyer, who was the only market really for sugar in the area, could afford to deduct premiums at harvest. And in this context, instead of finding relatively low take-up for insurance, they find very high take-up. They also find increases in output. And I think it sort of speaks to the point that tailoring financial products to the needs of the rural poor is potentially critical to get them to make good use of it. Okay. So that's what I just said, I think. Another good example of this has been recently, is another recent paper from Kenya, where credit was sort of credit to purchase a new input, in this case a large rainwater tank, was made collateralized by that input itself as opposed to some of the more traditional measures of collateral. In this particular case, traditional bank loans would require a person to find his co-signatory to sort of vouch for their credit. It turns out that those sorts of barriers to accessing credit seem to be high and seem to be part of why we see relatively modest take-up of credit products in general. And so once again, sort of tailoring the credit to the specific context seems to result in big changes in the use of credit, and in this case, this turns out to be a climate-smart technology as well. The last sort of 2 points I wanted to make are sort of related to this, and it's that when we think about credit products, or we think about financial products in general, people are using those financial products to purchase something. And sort of the previous slides are about tailoring the terms of the financial product to the specific group and potential investment that people could purchase with it. This is also sort of pointing out that people also need an enabling environment to use them successfully. These two studies are pointing out that information is potentially relevant. The first one from Niger is looking at a study on an agricultural technology. This is also a climate-smart technology that is meant to collect rainwater, which in turn will reduce land degradation and restore soil fertility. In this particular case, providing financial incentives to increase this, to start adopting this technology is not particularly effective, but communicating information along with those financial incentives was. And so one aspect of an enabling environment is people being aware of potential investments that they could make. In some cases where those investments are quite novel, like this particular climate-smart technology, providing information alongside the investment, alongside the financial incentive to make the investment can be pretty effective. There's sort of a related paper, well, it's related only in the same insight from Morocco, which sort of finds that providing access, providing financial incentives to get an in-home connection to the city water system, just providing those incentives isn't effective enough without a concurrent intervention to make sure that people are well aware of the fact that they can do this. There's a broader literature that's not in these slides about how people respond to information, and one of the big insights from that is that the information has to be about something really novel. Information about a new capability to buy an investment that you might not have been aware of seems like exactly that sort of novel information that could be high impact. A second thing that can make for an enabling intervention is co-investment in infrastructure. And so there's a much fewer rigorous evaluation based on what happens when infrastructure investments are extended. This is partly because infrastructure is really expensive and people are rarely willing to invest at that scale and in a randomized way or in a way close to randomized variation that will allow for rigorous evaluation. But there are a few, and there's a nice paper in Mexico that sort of suggests that sort of investment in infrastructure in low-income neighborhoods in Mexico leads to enough co-investment by the households themselves that more of them pays for itself. Sort of relatedly, this other project is in Nicaragua, and there's an expansion of that going on in Rwanda right now, that sort of seems to indicate that adding new bridges, building infrastructure, leads farmers to invest much more on their own land. This is again sort of thinking about these credit markets, the ability to make investments is not only constrained by credit, but also by the enabling environment that credit takes place in. Okay, I realize we're late on time, so I'm going to be just say a quick word on digitization because I think it's important. One of the really promising, so we started thinking about banking and how many households don't have access to good banking infrastructure. One of the real promises of the modern age is that digital infrastructure may bridge that gap and may be particularly effective for women in contexts where women have limited ability to make a long journey into a bank or spend a lot of time interacting with the formal financial sector. That's been exactly what the JPAL evidence base has found. It's again speaking to some of the same points of who is this technology for and who's it going to, but there's a nice paper in Uganda recently sort of suggesting that microloans going to female borrowers are much more effective at inducing profits within their micro enterprises if the loans are delivered digitally. And sort of what they can point to is the fact that when they're delivered digitally, the women themselves have full agency over what to do with that loan. Sort of relatedly, and in a very different population and a very different product in Kenya, what researchers have found is that beneficiaries are about 6.3 percentage points less likely to forego expenses in response to a shock. Now this is a much smaller quantity loan. It's not going to micro-lending borrowers who are business owners, and sort of you see that when you give a digital loan to women that are unable to, women who run businesses who are engaging with microcredit, you see the investment in business profits. When you give very small loans to the full population, what you see instead is that people use those loans to defray sudden negative shocks to consumption. And I think I just want to recap here. So what's the value? What I think we know now about credit is in some ways quite rich and in some ways leaves a lot to be known. What we know is that when you offer credit as a whole, it's not a panacea. People use it in different ways, and at any point in time, most people don't have a particular need for even a subsidized credit offer. However, a substantial minority does. And some of that substantial minority does for business purposes and income growth. And so sort of thinking through about applicability to Egypt, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that innovation in financial product design with a specific targeting of the agricultural sector or with specific targeting of businesses that are with business borrowing could lead to improved investments and improved inputs and technologies. I think there's reason to believe that this digital infrastructure has a lot of potential. And it's sort of our hope that we're accumulating a pretty large global evidence base on what happens when you add finance. Our hope is that what happens when you add finance and what happens when you convey it through digital means. And the hope is that sort of some of that evidence is useful as future programs get designed here and elsewhere. Thanks.
Terrific. Thanks very much, Jeremy, for those very concise overview of about 300 evaluations, I would say. So next, I am interested to hear comments and reactions from our panelists. So first, turning to Dr. Jameel Hilmi, first, happy to hear any immediate comments, reactions, questions that you have for Jeremy on the global evidence shared. And then I am especially interested to hear from you both any reflections on how some of these ideas are showing up in the work that you're doing in the ministry, and then concretely what we've been learning so far about the implementation of Haya Karima and about the processes of rural development in Egypt and how you envision evidence playing a role in shaping the implementation of the next phases of that major government program.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I'd like to introduce all of my gratitude for inviting me to this very important conference and giving me the opportunity to share my insights about Decent Life Initiative, or what we call the National Project for Rural Development. Firstly, I'd like to share with you some facts about this very important initiative, because it is the first initiative or national project in Egypt that is targeting about 60% of the total population in Egypt. So regarding, or when we are speaking about the scope of this initiative, so it is very large. The second point, it is the biggest national project that we are implementing in Egypt nowadays, from the perspective of the budget that we are allocating to it. Because now we are speaking about 1 trillion of Egyptian pound that will be directed to development of all the rural areas in Egypt. The third point, or the third very important point, that we consider Haya Karima is the first and the best humanitarian project in Egypt, because it is targeting improving the living conditions and the quality of life of about 60% of the poor people in Egypt. So all of these very important facts are very important to share with you regarding Haya Karima. So as the basic information for you, we have in Egypt about or more than 4,500 villages. So we have now in Haya Karima 3 phases. We have already started with the first phase. The first phase is covering about 1,500 villages with a total population exceeding 17 million of Egyptian poor people. They are allocated or distributed in about 20 governorates. So what we are doing now, and we are now at the end of finalizing the first phase of Haya Karima. So we have many success stories that we can share with you. Regarding the impact of Haya Karima, we are very interested and keen to measure the impacts of Haya Karima from 5 main perspectives. The first one is the impact on poverty rates, and we have a story to tell now, because before the first phase of Haya Karima, we have an initial phase that covered about 375 villages. Actually, they were among the poor villages in Egypt, and the impact on poverty rate was very important to share, because we found that poverty rate in those villages decreased by about 11%. So when we are speaking about the first phase, we are forecasting that, especially when we are speaking about the multidimensional poverty, will be improved, or will not a huge impact on multidimensional poverty in the rural areas. This is the first indicator, or the first kind of impacts that we are concentrating to show. The second one is the impact on what we call access to basic service ratio. We have already in Ministry of Planning launched an index called Quality of Life Index. What is the basic logic behind this index is to measure the impact of Haya Karima and compare between the status before Haya Karima and status after the implementation phases of Haya Karima. For example, if we share with you some very important numbers, for the first phase, we can say that this rate, or this index, will be improved by 60 points, because the rate of access to basic services before Haya Karima were about 30%, and according to all the projects that we are now implementing will increase or will improve the quality of life index to reach about 90%. To give you a brief about this index, it's a compound KPI or index that is targeting the necessary services or public services that we are delivering to the poor people in each village. For example, we are focusing on water and sanitation, education services, health services, sports, natural gas delivery, and at the same time fiber optics. We are delivering fiber optics and or telecommunication services for the first time in all rural areas. And at the same time, we are focusing on measuring the impact of Haya Karima on the job opportunities. So there are about more than 200,000 of job opportunities were provided in the construction phase, because as you know, now the total cost for the first phase now exceeding 200 billions of Egyptian pound, and many job opportunities are provided in the construction phases all over the rural areas. And what is very important in this in this area is we have found that 40% of those job opportunities are for the people that they are living in the villages. So there are a very important impact on job opportunities. At the same time, we are considering that Haya Karima, or the spending or the public spending of Haya Karima, we consider it as a stimulus package for fostering the economic growth in Egypt. Because if we calculate to what extent the total spending in Haya Karima in fostering GDP, it representing about more than 2% of our GDP in the fiscal year or the current fiscal year 22-23. So there are many kind of impacts that we can measure the impact of Haya Karima by all of these ways.
Terrific, thank you. And I think there is indeed so much there, which I know some of our team have been talking further with you about in terms of what we can be learning together, but those initial results that you're sharing sound indeed very exciting. A quick follow-up question, and maybe just in the interest of time, if you could keep the response on this one to just a couple of minutes. Thinking specifically about kind of green development, at COP27 just a couple of months ago, the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development launched the Green Villages initiative, specifically with Ferris Village in Aswan. And if you could comment on how green interventions can contribute to the goals of Haya Karima, to sort of the approach to rural development and potentially to financial inclusion as well. I know Jeremy shared a couple of examples of financial products that actually are climate beneficial as well. So it would be great to hear just a couple of minutes on that too.
Of course. If I am speaking about Green Village Initiative, in brief, we are applying this initiative under the umbrella of Decent Life Initiative. So what I want to share with you is the model of development that we adopt in Haya Karima is the model of sustainable development. So we are very interested in the integration between both economic, social, and environmental dimensions of sustainability. And now we found that Decent Life Initiative, the interventions that we are implementing in Haya Karima or in development of rural areas, we found that more than 30% of the total investment are going to green projects. So this I consider from my point of view is a success story for Haya Karima. This encourages us to apply the Green Village Initiative. What are the pillars of success for this initiative is the coordination and collaboration between the government representing or represented by Ministry of Planning and the governorates. And this is very related to what we are targeting in localizing of SDGs, and the private sector represented by e-consult company for environmental consultancies in Egypt, and civil society represented by Haya Karima Foundation and Green Building Council. All of these parts, we have already done a great effort for more than 6 months. What we have done firstly, because we are concentrating on evidence-based policy, we have launched for the first time a guideline for rural or green rural communities. And this is very important guidelines, and it's published. What we are targeting from these guidelines is to introduce a manual for all the villages in Egypt how to be green. So based on this very important manual, we have already determined criteria selection for the prototype village. One of the main criteria is how to measure the impact of Haya Karima itself on achieving all the SDGs. So, for example, we have selected Ferris Village. We found that all the SDGs are being existed as a result of Haya Karima implementation in this village. And the second criteria, we found that there are many sustainable resources, for example, solar panels in Aswan village, Aswan governorate, and Faris village as well. So after that, we have, in coordination with Green Building Council in Egypt, we have introduced, or we have prepared the report that should be introduced to the Green Building Council. And at the same time, we have already done field visits for verification. And finally, we qualified Faris village to obtain Tarshid community Tarshid certificate for rural or green rural communities for the first time, to be introduced for an existing village in Egypt. And I think we consider as a government this initiative one of the very important initiatives that we are adopting in nowadays, because what we are targeting is to replicate this initiative all over the governorates in Egypt, and this will help in spreading the culture of environmental sustainability, and at the same time help the government to achieve the green transition plan. Regarding the financial inclusion, to your question about financial inclusion, this is very important pillar that we are applying in Haya Karima, and we are collaborating or coordinating with Central Bank of Egypt in implementing the financial inclusion strategy. And we have done many success stories in villages of Haya Karima in order to organize many seminars and workshops how to spread the culture of saving, spread the culture of financial inclusions, to at the same time to introduce POS machines and ATMs machines for each village, and at the same time to make public awareness what is the financing challenges, channels that are available for the villagers to benefit from. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And so I'm sure we'll have questions on Haya Karima coming when we turn open to discussion shortly, but very helpful to hear, I think, to one of the points that Jeremy made, the fact that Haya Karima really is looking at kind of making these major infrastructure investments that can then create an enabling environment for a whole host of other development outcomes. And it sounds like it's moving in a very promising direction, and excited to figure out how we can learn more from administrative data and potentially impact evaluations as we go. But next, turning to engineer Tariq Sheish. So from Jeremy's talk, we've heard a, I think, really clear and compelling message on how powerful tailoring credit products to the needs of particular groups of borrowers really can be, especially with respect to rural and agricultural customers, and about the potential for digital transformation, which I know is something that's often on your mind and with your team at MENA. So would welcome you to share any broad reflections on the presentation, and then also would love to hear from you on how MENA is approaching the promotion of financial inclusion, and maybe specifically thinking about tailoring and segmenting the customer base. And then as a follow-up question, specific areas where you feel that evidence can be helpful in informing some of the design of programs that you're spearheading, especially when it comes to tailoring product design.
Okay, thank you, Alison, for inviting me to this important session. We have a long discussion about the importance of impact assessment, especially for MENA, and the activity of MENA, including lending and small enterprise development. And thank you, Dr. Jameel, for the comprehensive presentation about Haya Karima and what Egyptian government do in respect to that. And also thank you, Dr. Jeremy, for the excellent and comprehensive presentation about evidence-based impact assessment, which really make me more interested and emphasizing the importance of doing that in the work of Ms. Meda. Many of the things you've mentioned as example from different countries, we do in Ms. Meda, and we need to show our evidence about some good examples and practice we start to do, and also to make us do more of that. And just give you a brief of what we're doing relevant to that. Of course, Ms. Meda is mandated with the development of micro, small, and medium enterprise and entrepreneurship development. And we have three roles. One is related to setting policy and strategies for the sector, and the other is coordinating effort of all entities toward that vision and that strategy. And the third one, which is delivering direct or indirect service to the end beneficiary. And in that respect, we have either financial or non-financial products. The financial products include traditional lending, include non-banking product like leasing, factoring, or now venture capital for innovation. This is and also Islamic lending, which is important to some segments in Egypt. And also we have different channels. We can do that directly through our offices, and we can do that through intermediaries, including banks, financial institute or companies, NGOs, and we do that for all sector and all over Egypt, in rural or in urban area. In Haya Karima, as example, we contributed with about 1.8 billion Egyptian pound as lending in the village of Haya Karima. This account for, I think, more than 70,000 enterprise, micro and small. And also in the micro specifically, which is the greatest number, against 10 micro, we have one small. So the average percentage for women is about 48% or 50%. I'm saying that because while you were giving us examples about the lack of women, the lack of different products that suit different segments, I review that and think, yeah, you are doing a great job, but we need to prove that, and we need to show that, because we combined also the financial with the non-financial service. We have training program, we have what we call it entrepreneurship training program. It starts by identify your capacity to be an entrepreneur, identify your business idea, start your business, improve your business. This line of programs is endorsed and certified by the ILO, and it is an international standard programs. And we have some clients got this type of training before they get the loans, and some not. So what is the difference? What is the impact of this service, as example? Also, we continue with our client, providing them information about where they can get the material, when they can get the machinery. We also provide the one-stop shop concept, so we assist them for registering and licensing. Also, we assist them in marketing through exhibition, through a veil section in the famous commercial chains to sell their product. We have cooperation with Amazon and Jumia to assist them to sell through these or those platforms. We encourage them to, because the law of SMEs also said that 40% of public procurement should come from this type of project, the medium and the small and the micro. So we assist our client to register on the public procurement gate and become vendors for the government, so they have opportunity to get from the 40%, which is, by the way, a big amount and a marketing opportunity for them. So all this kind of non-financial and financial product and different mechanism, when it comes to impact, which is really more effective, combine those or not, using our channels or banks or NGOs or companies. All these are questions. We have impression, and the impression also matching to much extent which what you've mentioned in many of the points in your presentation, but we need to prove for the Egyptian government that this is true. Also, we have our loan is not one formula. It depends on the project and the cash flow and the timing of the cash flow, and the repayment will depend on that. So this is also something good. We need to see that. In terms of digitization also, when we talk about financial inclusion, lending and credit is a very important tool, and Ms. MEDA alone is issuing or serving at least 200,000 loans per year. Of course, most of them are in the micro, and also most of them or half of them are women. So this all will contribute to the financial conclusion. Also, we avail now digital solution for them. One, we allow them to repay through the electronic ways, either through our website or using Fawry or similar company like Fawry, where they can put the money in the machine and it will reflect in our accounts. And this reduces the time of trips to repay, because we have only one office in each governorate, and especially for women also. Also, we have our platform, or what we call it now actually MSME platform, where we try to gather all service providers, not only Ms. MEDA, on this platform, so they become clear for the enterprise what they can get and how they can get it. And we are trying to make the service interactive as much as we possible, not just an information. No, they can apply for either financial service or training or marketing or exhibition or whatever. Also, we in the process of, we already developed a cloud ERP system that allow for a small enterprise to use it to manage their inventory, their sales, their marketing activity with a very few subscription. Of course, we will avail it free at the beginning, but after that we will reduce the cost instead of buying such a system for their project. So, as I said, we do a lot of things, but never try to assess what is more important, so we allocate more resource towards it, including the innovation and venture capital, and this is our most recent program where we have our new fund of VC fund, where we put an equity with VC fund to finance innovative enterprise also and high growth enterprise in equity basis. And we allocated about 50 million US dollar to that product, and that product specifically will serve more than 400, I believe, high growth enterprise. And one of the good things, it attract the 50 million, make a leverage of 500 million also US dollar from international financial institution from outside Egypt. So all this needs to assess and see the impact and see the return on investment. And this is why we are very interested in the initiative of Egypt Lab and dealing with GPAL. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. So I think that's a nice closing question to pose, which is, there's a lot that we already know about access to credit. Much of what Ms. Meda is doing is already built on some of the insights from this evidence, but there are a number of different questions that remain. What's the right mix of products and services for a particular borrower? Or what is the relative effectiveness of different delivery mechanisms? These are all, some are more operational, but they're really important and valid questions for continuing research and learning. So I think it's great that we'll head into doing that together with members of your team over the next few days. So I know that we're well over time, but want to take a moment to open up to any questions from the audience for our panelists on the work that's taking place at Ms. Meda or in Haya Karima, or on the evidence related to financial inclusion and rural development. So let's do 3 questions, 1, 2, and 3. Please identify yourself and who your question is directed to, and then we'll hand it back to the panel, and then have some rapid closing remarks.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the panel for this presentation. And I have a question first to Jeremy. I think in your presentation you mentioned something like an evidence from Mexico that is related to when we invest in infrastructure, roads, and these kind of infrastructure, there was a kind of evidence or maybe insights that this was a support to the financial development or financial inclusion. So I would like to hear more about that. And my second question would be directed to Tariq. If this is a kind of, we will learn more about how can we measure this, or how can we evaluate this impact. So would Ms. Meda be ready to have some kind of an impact or a study related to estimating the impact of investing in infrastructure on the small enterprise or micro enterprise development? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mariam Ragab. I'm a teaching assistant, political scientist, teaching assistant at the Center for Social and Technological Research. My question is for Dr. Jameel Helmi. And it's a quick question about, I need to know more about what's the kind of cooperation between Haya Karima and the primary health units in rural Egypt, especially what this kind of cooperation of, or maybe if you use these units in the rural Egypt to apply or do your projects regarding Haya Karima in the villages that you apply the Haya Karima project. That's it. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Alia Ahmed. I'm working as an impact evaluation researcher for the Egyptian Food Bank and the Growth Lab. And my question is for Dr. Tariq. I'd like to know which type of investment we should do in the micro, in the small, and the medium. What kind of them do you encourage, and why? Why we should invest in the micro enterprises in agriculture, for example, or not? Or we have to put much more investment in the medium, and why? Why we, and how we could make this the impact of this is greater. Like our investment, we want to read the return of investment, like you said, and we want to invest on the right place. So what kind of investment do you encourage more? Thank you.
Great. Okay, we'll hand it over to Tarek and Jameel to take those couple of questions. And if you could keep your responses brief, just given the hour.
Okay, yeah, I have two questions, I think. One from Medhat, which is an excellent one, about the evidence that providing infrastructure is actually has a positive impact on credit and financial inclusion or lending. And actually, Medhat also knows, I think, that because when we started as a social fund for development and before we become the agency, micro, small, and medium enterprise, we used to have a very important program which is called the Community and Human Development, and part of the program is about providing infrastructure in deprived area, including clean water supply, sewer system, roads, and everything. And when we become Miss MEDA, they start to ask us, why you keep that program? And of course, our response was exactly what Medhat mentioned. How I'm going to lend people to make enterprises if they don't have clean water, if they don't have enough roads to make their trades. So, of course, this is an area I hope that we can assess what happened, even not only our human and community development effort to some villages, but also Haya Karima. What is the difference and the impact on the lending process and the number of the client and the growth of the client after and before, or with or without this infrastructure development. And what the international experience mentioned, it is positive, but we want to show that also in Egypt. The other thing about what type of investment in terms of micro or small or medium, we are working for whole sector. All of them have needs and all of them have returns. But maybe when we talk about micro, we look for poverty alleviation, we look for maybe more employment, and as we go up to the small and medium, we look for the GDP contribution, economic development, and we work for both. And when we put our targets, we use the poverty maps and we use other criteria to allocate our fund. We look for the different govern rates, where are the poverty areas, what are the demands also on those areas, where are our partners mechanism, because as I mentioned, we use intermediaries. So do we have enough NGOs on those areas that can run a microfinance program as example, or not? Banks, branches, our offices, all this we take it into consideration to put our target and to match with also two things: poverty needs and also the capacity of the area for lending. If you talk about medium as example, it's hard to find it in villages. You will find it in urban area, and you will find it mainly in capital and big cities. If you look for micro, it is in the villages. At the end, we are not the only financial institute. Banks and non-bank institute inject doubles what we are doing. So all this is taken into consideration, and also sometimes we have what we call it a presidential direction about Haya Karima as example, about the new initiative of family development, the Egyptian family development, about transforming the car from using gasoline to natural gas to improve the environment. So all this is part of our strategy, and we use it to our limited resource. And we don't have enough. If we have more resource, we are ready to. And the gap is too much still, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam, for your question. I think your question is very important, and I would like to clarify. كده شغال? Okay. I think that your question is one of the most important questions because it gives me a space to speak a little bit about the importance of Decent Life Initiative. As United Nations has already registered Decent Life Initiative as the platform of SDGs Accelerator or SDGs accelerators. Why? Because it will help the government of Egypt to accelerate all the efforts of implementing many mega projects and programs that we are working on. One of the most important programs, and I think that you are meaning by your question, is the comprehensive health insurance system. And in this regard, I would like to be clear in this point that all of the health care units and the hospitals that we are developing in Haya Karima is under the specifications of this insurance system. So now we are developing more than 1,400 health care unit. In each village we are developing or introducing a new one under these specifications of or linked with the specifications of health insurance system. This is number one. Number two, from my own point of view, that I consider Haya Karima an umbrella for all the mega projects that the government of Egypt are working on nowadays. For example, family planning program. I think that my colleague Dr. Amira Twadros has already mentioned many details about that. What I mean by that, because we are implementing this program, the family development program in Haya Karima villages. So we have started already to implement the family welfare or family development program in the first phase of Haya Karima, and now we are introducing about 52 family development centers to introduce or to introduce one center in each administrative center of Haya Karima, because in the first phase we have 52 administrative centers. So this is the vision of the government of Egypt, is to make the required integration between all the national projects that we are implementing. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So just briefly, so I think there was one question for me about the evidence from Mexico on infrastructure. And what that evidence literally shows is that when these neighborhoods were upgraded, the residents of these neighborhoods invested in their homes through several different types of investments that led to home values going up by twice as much as the cost of the infrastructure investment. What does that say about credit? Well, I think in thinking through the different credit interventions, what's important is that even when we introduce credit through microcredit or through any other program, that's one new credit product on a landscape of all the credit products that people already have access to, including informal borrowing from their friends and relatives. When the infrastructure is in place in that particular setting, what happened was that people tapped into that credit to invest in their house. It was now worth making that investment at the terms of the credit that they have available to them. And so in sort of mapping that back to the rest of this sort of landscape of what happens when you bring in new credit products. What happens is you adjust the terms for some borrowers and people make the investments that pay out under those particular. And so that can change either because the underlying investment payout changes, in this case, in an upgraded neighborhood, it's valuable to invest in your home, or because the interest rate you're now having access to is much more favorable than the implied interest rate of borrowing. So,
Great. Okay, thank you. That's a nice note, I think, to wrap up on in thinking about sort of the interactive effect between some of these infrastructure investments and the availability of a wide range of kind of tailored and different credit products for different audiences, which captures, I think, really nicely the portfolios of both of our panelists. So it's exciting that right now we're at this juncture where the government is making really huge investments that is creating this accelerating or enabling environment, and then what happens on that foundation related to access to finance or family development or the green development of rural areas, I think opens up a lot of exciting possibility, places to learn from this evidence, and so we're happy to continue discussing that in smaller settings, and also potentially the possibility of evaluating some of these new innovations. So with that, I'd like to thank our panelists and then turn it over to Nadine Al-Ashmawi and to Peter for closing remarks to wrap us up. And as I step off the stage, I just want to say a huge thanks to the teams from MENA and UNICEF for making this happen, not just once, but 7 times prior to this in many of our sessions together that we've had over the last couple of years, and to all of you for sticking with us until late in the afternoon. So thanks very much to our panelists, and then over to our closing remarks.
Thank you, Allison, and thank you all for being with us today in our Global Evidence for Egypt conference, which focused on using evidence to inform decision-making in Egypt. And thank you to all our panelists who offered academic and policymaker perspectives on a range of topics focusing on evidence generation in use, women's empowerment and human capital development, and also financial inclusion and rural development. Today's discussions highlighted the pressing need and also the challenges of incorporating evidence into development programs in Egypt. We hope to continue to support the government of Egypt's poverty reduction efforts by disseminating knowledge from what we know works from randomized evaluations conducted globally, and also by working with our partners to identify areas where generating new evidence can be helpful in informing the design and delivery of social programs in the context of Egypt. This has been our goal in the MENA and UNICEF partnership since 2019. And throughout this collaboration, we have addressed topics in multiple sectors and engaged with a number of JPAL-affiliated professors and high-level representatives from Egypt's government entities and development actors. But applying this evidence is more of an iterative process. So our global evidence seminars and today's sessions have focused on sharing evidence. And what we'll be doing throughout the remainder of this week is to focus on working with our partners through the Evaluating Social Programs course to learn more deeply about how this evidence can be used. And this is where we can work together to innovate, to think about opportunities for evaluations and for learning qualitatively about the deep root and the root causes of development challenges, pilot programs, and then work together to test them to measure their causal impacts. And this is all to say that our work with government and development partners is about building a culture of evidence-informed decision-making that complements the expertise and deep knowledge of our partners. And this requires more detailed and deep discussions on what this evidence can mean for different development actors. And so we would love to also follow up with our colleagues in the room, not only course participants, to delve more deeply into how we can come up with new ideas for evaluations based on and beyond today's discussions. And we hope to continue this work with UNICEF and with other partners to contribute to evidence-based policies in Egypt. So if you have registered for today's conference, you will be receiving the slide deck from the sessions in the next few weeks. And we will also be circulating a recap blog that highlights prominent ideas that surfaced in today's panel discussions. And a recording of the sessions will also be available on JPAL's YouTube channel. And thank you all again for coming, and we look forward to seeing you in our future events. And I'll now hand over to Peter for a few closing remarks from UNICEF.
I'll be very, very quick. I mean, I think you said it all, and Alison as well, and throughout the day. We just thank you. Thanks for our government colleagues, NCCM, MESMEDA, Ministry of Planning, MOS. It's always good to see you here. It shows commitment to really use evidence in what you do here in Egypt. Thanks to the affiliates, professors also that we have 2 here, but I think I've been told there are a couple of more in the field, and they will probably join the training session tomorrow. They've been traveling from all over the world to be here this week. Obviously, thanks to JPAL, to UNICEF colleagues, and thanks for the hardcore people that remained until the end. So until next time, hopefully will be in the next few months. Good luck and look forward to see you soon then. Thank you.